Hey guys, sorry about the wait. Anything funky in here? May have left this over the weekend. See anything? You know what? There's like barely anything in there. I'm not gonna risk it. Not gonna risk it. Oh. I got the Pepsi pineapple. That's better. Oh, we should make a tweet today. We've been gaming for like the past 2 weeks, right? I should make an update saying that we're back to Cauldron Chronicles. And boy howdy, do I have some things to update you guys on. Also, I'm listening to the Core Keeper soundtrack. We're gonna see if it gets us in trouble. Whew. That's good. I don't think it will, though. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. I want to go over, jump into this, but I also want to read you guys that strategy document that I've been talking about. Like the past, I don't know how long. I think I have it on here. I downloaded it. Hey, almost absent. A good thing you weren't almost absent today. Cut that. Okay, I have it here. And I was gonna make a tweet. Let me make a tweet real quick. We can do it together. Let's do it together. I need my Twitch. Live today. Live right now with getting back to Cauldron Chronicles development. Get a screenshot too, you know what? Back to work after holidays, back to your streams. That's how it is. I am glad to be back to getting, I'm glad to be getting back to Cauldron Chronicles. Hey, Bobby Bite. Good morning, Vietnam. It's a good movie. Starting on a long journey towards implementing potion combat, potion-based combat. We start today. Okay, let's get a screenshot too. People like screenshots, right? It will be an in-engine screenshot. Kind of ugly though, doesn't it? I don't think I've done a, you know what? I don't think I've done a nighttime screenshot on Twitter yet. Let's get a nighttime screenshot. Hello, Zarla. Yeah, back to Cauldron Chronicles. We will be finishing up Kingdom Come Deliverance. Probably be doing that in some afternoon streams or something. Or some weekends. But I will finish it. I'm gonna get one with some, yeah, some of that, the moon rays coming through. With our moon that is moving through the sky very fast. That'll work. Wasn't able to make the interview. How did it go? It went quite well. I'm pretty happy with how it went. Still skeptical, but happy. dev UE5. Are you 100% that Star Wars game? I haven't played any more Star Wars Outlaws. But I also need to play some more of that for the fun. Okay, I'll show you this quickly. I won't go over it too long, but we updated our schedule a little bit recently. And, you know, we're back to normal development, right? The problem is that October, we have Starfield Shattered Space, and I'd like to play that. You know, I'm looking forward to that. November, we have Stalker 2, so that's going to be a lot of our time. Finding time to fit in some more games in here is going to be pretty difficult. What did your Twitch embed on X say? Something like one to kill, like it was one kill? I think that was for Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah, if you followed the stream, I was killing citizens. Actually, you didn't even need to follow the stream. I was just committing genocide. Afraid we would have another XQC interview situation. No, the interview went well. I think, you know, it was a very honest discussion. I can put it that way. Like, we all wanted to go in there and talk nuance, get into the details, and that was great to hear. And before we jump into this, we have a strategy document that I wanted to go into with you guys. Because I promised I would do it, and I haven't done it yet. So I wrote this up. I don't think there's any reference to the publisher that I sent this to. Let me just double check. No. And this just kind of gives us I wrote this up as a general strategy of what we see Microraptor games becoming and being. This isn't like set in stone, but this is, I guess, our first directional push, is what we want our company to be and what we want our games to be. And it's not too long. We can read through it pretty quickly, so I'll go through it. Overview. Microraptor Games intends to create a long-standing fan base and a legacy in the industry by adopting the following strategy. Make good game, make money. No. Create a shared universe that many, not all, of our games can take place in. Read save games of previous games to carry over choices and data that may change how the reading game? There's typos, alright. Apparently, I didn't read through this closely enough. That may change how the newest game plays in some way, right? So it's like reading save game data. Create highly micro-reactive games that reward players for careful thought and punish them for carelessness. Engage players on a moral and ethical level, challenging predispositions, prejudices, and philosophy. And delve into other mediums to help share a universe and passions with others. Obviously, this one being a very, very far into the future one. We'll get into that at the end. To us, a shared universe means that we're creating a world, our own intellectual property, that we can explore in any direction, free from any shackles of genre expectations or outside limitations for usage. Cauldron Chronicles is our progenitor of this desire, kickstarting our world building by throwing the player out in the middle of nowhere. That might seem a little backwards, but it was an intentional decision so that we could drip feed lore tidbits. Hey, Ariar, what are you deving? I'll show you in a second. We're reading a strategy document at the moment for our company. It was an intentional decision so that we could drip feed lore tidbits to the player via the adventurers and NPCs that show up to the player's hut. This way, we can figure out which parts of the world the players seem to find the most interesting, and expand upon them by placing a future game in those areas. As our universe expands, it naturally becomes much richer, and thus will engage players even more, especially long-term fans. Since it is our own universe, this enables us to safeguard our own lore and allow fans to create their own content without fear of takedown notices or cease and desists. We likely won't allow these fan creations to be commercialized without permission, but we would retain the right to offer that permission or sell licenses to other companies to create spin-offs. This is, of course, all much further down the line. Shared universes with games that switch genres or even entire medium shifts are successfully demonstrated by other companies such as Games Workshop with Warhammer, right? There's tons of Warhammer games that are on all types of genres, although I'm still waiting for that Warhammer dating sim. Amplitude Studios with the Endless series, Riot Games with the League of Legends universe, and CD Projekt Red with Witcher and Cyberpunk. Similarly, we'd like to explore a recurring cast of characters, items, and locations in our games, even if the games are not direct prequels or sequels. This rewards long-term fans of the universe and series, and also assists with the onboarding process for these newer games for returning fans by giving them enough familiarity to start with. Other examples of game ideas we've had with similar gameplay to Cauldron Chronicles and within our shared universe. These are just working names, by the way, just to give like examples of what we could do that would fit this theme. Anvil anthologies, I know I've talked about that one before. So smith weapons and armor for adventurers as you manage your shop in one of the realm's cities, growing your stock and abilities as time passes. Take on Adventurers Guild contracts and use your own weapons and armor to handle local pests or delve into dungeons. Get caught up in a civil war where your city and your services are right at the heart. I just threw that in there as like a, hey, this is a direction we could go narratively, right? And Tavern Tales, satisfy your patrons' food and drink desires as you manage a tavern in a small village. Talk with patrons to help them handle their problems, act as an information collector and broker, brand new types of ale, and make sure your cooks and waiters and waitresses are being effective and friendly. So just like this shared universe where we could make completely different ideas and games, but all tied into the same kind of lore, so that if you've played Cauldron Chronicles, and for instance we made Anvil anthologies next, you would understand kind of the currency, the world, the politics, some of the same people might show up in that game too. So some of the adventurers that came to you in Cauldron Chronicles for potions are now coming to your character working in a blacksmith, or in a smithy, making weapons and armor. Next one is save game rating. So rating the save games of prior titles, knowing the architecture, is a relatively straightforward process. Oddly enough, however, this feature has been abysmally explored in games to date. I do strongly believe that. The most notable team to do this would be BioWare with Dragon Age and Mass Effect. These are highly regarded series, that offer players moral and ethical decisions that rippled throughout the series in ways that were difficult to initially predict for players. This essentially keeps a much longer story moving forward, building anticipation and hype for future games in the universe, giving us the time to carefully craft the journey while people can enjoy the story so far. While not all decisions may be read, we can cherry pick the ones that are the most important to the new story, such as whether or not characters are alive or dead. Micro-reactivity. This aspect of our games refers to a goal to make our games, especially stories, reactive to small actions or choices that players make. This is a daunting task and one that few studios attempt to undertake. A cohesive and strong narrative team is needed to pull it off. Precisely because of this, however, we believe it's a solid reason to dedicate ourselves to making this our forte, and doubling down on making sure players truly feel like their choices matter. While this tagline of choices matter is thrown around by a lot of developers, it is more often than not the illusion of choice, the no but yes option being a common phrase used. I think a good example would be later Telltale games were very often a illusion of choice. Fallout 4, it was really like you had yes, no, no but yes, sarcastic yes. With Alchemy and Cauldron Chronicles being a very freeform and sandboxy feature for the player to engage in, our NPCs needed to be able to match that. While it's easy to have an NPC show up, ask for a potion, and you give it to him, blam blam reward, right? It's a much greater challenge to ask some of the following. What happens to the NPC if the player refuses? What happens to the NPC if the player provides a completely different potion? What happens to the NPC if the player exceeds or falls short of what the NPC asked of them? What happens to the NPC if the player provides effects on the potion that could help or hinder the NPC in their adventures? What happens if the NPC dies or survives? And how does the NPC's success or failure impact other NPCs or locations in the game? In our prototype of Cauldron Chronicles, our NPC is a level of micro-reactivity that starts us on this pathway, with for sure 2 more NPCs being planned for the prototype that should help exhibit this even more greatly. When choices truly do matter, we believe this to be a strong marketing tool, and when our name becomes synonymous with this way of developing and writing, people can trust in us to deliver a quality and depth to our games that feature these narratives. I'll let that sink in while I take a drink. Reactive AI NPC, that's exactly it, yeah. And especially the micro-reactivity. So Usually, when you're like in a game like this where you think, oh, I'm making potions to solve problems for NPCs, right? It's like, well, okay, of course, whether or not I give them the potion is going to affect their fate. But even things like how you speak to them, maybe, for instance, we have a NPC that if you laugh at his dreams, he just he won't talk to you about them anymore. Like he feels offended, he's not going to tell you about his dreams, and that locks you out of future encounters where he otherwise would have been interested in coming back and telling you how his dreams are going, right? So just like little things like that. Morals and ethics. To put it simply, I'll know that we've succeeded with crafting Cauldron Chronicles as NPCs if no single player likes, dislikes, agrees, or disagrees with every single one. Our goal is not to make all of these NPCs likable or relatable. Rather, I'd like to paint a rich tapestry of NPCs that exhibit all aspects of humanity. Our greatest strengths, our greatest weaknesses, and our most profound instincts. Matt Chirpy, thank you for the follow. Some NPCs are actually permanent members of world rather than shop visitors. Yes, they are named, named NPCs with faces, with backstories, with handcrafted, handwritten narratives that can end or continue at any point based on your choices and based on choices of other NPCs. Yeah, if you have any questions, just like at me in chat and put them there. And I'll get to them after I get through this. I'm almost done with this, so once I get through this, I'll answer them. Our NPCs need to be human, even if that side of humanity may be difficult to swallow. Through this lovely art from video games, we have the opportunity to make something that engages players intellectually. We do not desire to preach or pander, and certainly no desire to insert our own values in an attempt to take the moral high ground or re-educate the masses. We're aiming to write mature stories that touch on some difficult topics and subject matter. We want to provide the seeds for the player and let them weave their own cloth. Our world is not so black and white to draw some clear line between good and evil. When pushed far enough, any human is as capable as any other of committing egregious atrocities. So in other words, our goal is to create NPCs that are believable humans. And if the player chooses to help, harm, or sabotage these NPCs, the best we can do is provide the player with the consequences that make sense for that situation. Sometimes choosing to help someone is not a good thing, and other times refusing service to someone is a much better option for the world. If this sort of writing is enjoyed by our fans, we'll continue this throughout all of our games. And beyond video games, this is a very small section. Our ambitions aren't small, and while this is a very, very long-term goal, it is something we strongly believe in. Other avenues for exploration, once our universe is established and fleshed out, could include the film and literature mediums. We know that with a strong enough IP, doing this would be a great way to expand into other markets and increase knowledge of our brand, cementing our legacy further. Does NPCs know other NPCs? Do they interact with each other? Yes. Ish. Like, it's all handwritten whether or not a character will impact another character if a certain choice is made, right? And they could interact. You could have... Our system will allow for two named characters to arrive at the same time and to ask for potions, and you can engage with them in a three-way dialogue, right? So it's really up to what we want to do with the characters. And if we want them to interact with each other, we can. If we want them to be kind of contained stories that none of your choices are going to impact the other NPCs, we can do that too. All generated by... No, none of it's going to be generated AI. There will be no AI generation for our voices, for our writing, for whatever. There's not... We don't believe in that. So that's a bit of our strategy of what we want to do with our game. And maybe I'll throw this up on our website. I don't know yet. We'll see. I could do it. Now we can jump into the game, and we can work on potion combat, which is... I'll just say this now. Potion combat is going to take a long time to make. We're going to have to do some overhauling of our inventory system. We have to probably overhaul our AI. We'll need to make significant changes to some of the core systems. And it's going to be tough. Yeah, we're working on the latest version of Unreal 5. So 5.4.4. is our world so far. What do you use for items, data table or data asset? I prefer data tables, although there are good uses for data assets. I think they can both work, just up to the individual person, right? The one thing data tables have a bonus over data assets is that you can import and export data tables. You cannot do that with data assets. So if you plan to have maybe 10 or so items, maybe a data asset is a better choice or not a bad choice. If you plan to have, I don't know, like us with our ingredients, right? We have a lot of ingredients because they each have different states. So a data table is much better for me because I can then have that in Excel and I can do my data calculations through that to make sure that everything is balanced and then export that to a CSV, which I can import into Unreal. Right now, our potion inventory looks like this, and we need to overhaul it pretty significantly. Let me add some fake potions. It's bad. It looks like trash. And it's slightly off center so that we can have this open at the same time without it impacting the inventory. Yeah, UI right now, it's a prototype, right? So we're not going to be making UI look pretty. It needs to be functional. But if we have an inventory of potions that we have and we can put them into a hotbar, we need a hotbar, we need a better inventory system. I think that we need an inventory that can support showing which ingredients you have as well as which potions. This is definitely going to need a pretty big modification. And we reuse this same inventory for when we're talking to NPCs. Mostly 2D dev, so seeing 3D dev is fun to me. I'm not artistic at all, so seeing anything that somebody's made that's artistic is amazing for me. So we use the same potion inventory for when we're bartering and giving potions to NPCs. I think I'd rather just keep this for bartering because it's functional, but overhaul the one that the player can pull up here and use a completely different asset for that. Data assets though are very good for runtime tuning, which you can't do with data table. Yeah, although I would probably, I mean, you could just store like structures, an array of structures if you want to do stuff with runtime. Best potion game you played was Potionomics. Yes, that is one of our inspiration and competition was Potionomics. Although I don't think it went far enough. I have yet to see a potion, like a potion game, an alchemy game that really goes far enough with the RPG aspect of interacting with customers. And to me, I love that. I love that just, well, what if this assassin who's asking for poison, what if I give him a health potion? What's going to happen? You know, how does that change the world? That assassin that maybe was going to go kill a king has now failed at his attempt. What if that king that he wants to kill was a tyrant? Did I just mess up? Should I have supported that? Should I have helped? Or maybe that was the right call morally for me to do that. You know, it's like, what happens? I love asking that question about games. All right, let's pull up our favorite mock-up tool here. 1920, 1080. We want a hotbar for sure, right? So let's say something like this. Which app is it? It is Paint 3D. It's just Paint. Nothing special. Whatever works. Whatever gets me a bare bones. Good enough, right? There's our hotbar in all of its glory. I have Photoshop on this computer. It's just, for me, it's harder, I don't know, to mock up with photo, like it takes longer for me to mock up with Photoshop than it does with Paint. I don't know if that's just me. I think I'd like to see an inventory and details panel. It is the greatest program for non-artists. Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm also somebody I love spreadsheets. Spreadsheets to me are art. Good spreadsheets. Especially ones where you can quickly just export all of your stuff to CSV. So I write my own scripts for exporting. So like here's our ingredients, right? And I do some calculations over here for ingredient effects. But I can just export this directly to a CSV file that is ready to be imported into Unreal. Very, very nice. Some decent amount of progress for a new game. Thank you. Yeah. This is probably a lot more than what a prototype should look like, but I do that for a couple reasons. Number one, we don't have an artist on the team, so we can't make like mock-ups or concept art. So I'm using this both as a... I'm using this as a tool to like, hey, here's kind of what our game wants to look like, right? Vibrant, stylized. Easy to show off here. And I also use it because it's just really good to watch on stream. I think watching a bunch of gray box on stream is probably not the greatest. And seeing something that is actually a bit more colorful, I think looks nicer. And we recently redid our water system in swimming, and I think it looks really nice. Some little coral reefs in here. This kind of artful world will cost a fortune. Yes, it will. We estimate that it'll probably cost between 3 to 4 million US dollars by the time that it's finished, which is pretty small for a game its size, to be honest. What if we do like this? And we can switch between ingredients. It needs to be a lot smaller. But to note, we estimate that our team during full production will be about 15 people. So I'm not trying to do it alone. I'm not a solo dev. I'm just a solo dev right now because we have no funding and this is necessity. I need to put that like underneath the stream, I think, somewhere. It's you guys aren't the problem. It's just I think when you look on Twitch and you watch people making games, it's almost always solo devs. And I need to clarify that we are not part of that. Who makes the models? Asset packs. They're all from asset packs. And they will all be replaced by the time for the full game. Because just a prototype, rapid development, you know, placeholder stuff where possible, just to test the gameplay loop and if it's fun. And if we can do it, right? And then I think we could reuse the same... The thing is, it would be nice to have filters. It would be very nice to have filters here. But is that too much work for prototype? Does the benefit of having filters for filtering out ingredients and potions in prototype outweigh the amount of work that it will take to do it? For prototype, I don't think so. How many C++ devs do you have in the team? One. Not the people you hire in the way. Yeah, we have one right now, and he has a full-time job. So we're all just doing this in our free time. Will the final game look more or less stylized than it does now upon release? Yeah, it'll look close to this, but it'll probably look a bit different and a lot more consistent because we use multiple asset packs here. It also has a hotbar, I think, in Minecraft. The reason we have to have a hotbar is because you can engage in potion combat. So you need to be able to quickly switch through potions and throw them at enemies, right? So I think a hotbar is 100% necessary. I think opening your inventory will pause the game. Because it is for like a casual audience. So having to pause the game will be better for a casual audience. Let me pull in just a placeholder icon. That'll work. Once we make the prototype, is it investor pitch or public funding or self-funding or just a self-test? Probably define if you want to go for complicated features like filtering. It is primarily for publishers, potentially investors. I don't know if we could handle self-funding. Not with the budget the way it is, right? I'll pull up the budget. I'll show you what it looks like. Our last iteration of the budget, just so you know. This is not the final iteration. This is just what we did for early first playable in May. And we're looking at about a 3-year dev cycle with about 15 people full-time. Costing about 3 mil, although I think it's going to be a little bit over that. A really good site you can use for looking at UIs from games is Interface in Game. And you can get reference pictures from tons of games that they have on here. Like, oh, I want my UI to be like Hades. Remember the Well of Charon? Great website. But no, we've already made our pitch deck. We've already been pitching the game, but right now I want to finish up the first playable, and then we'll do a much larger push. Although I was going to pitch to Annapurna, but after the news, I don't think that's going to be possible anymore. Just kind of sad. So yeah, this will be copied and pasted over. I can turn that into a sticker, actually. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw, but Annapurna is essentially no longer a thing. I mean, they're still around, but the entire video game team resigned. Apparently due to some issues they had with the management. So, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I didn't read why they resigned, but all I know is that they resigned. It's kind of sad. Hey, Dream Code, thank you for the raid, man. Welcome.
Drinking Code raided my stream with 4 viewers.
True. True, thank you, Polish man. I think it's because of creative differences. Could be. How you doing, Drinking Code? Be a scroll box, obviously. What were you working on today? Okay, can I just make a normal arrow, please? Okay, that's pretty good. Gotta get some sleep, though? Yeah, take care, man. I really appreciate it. Stop that! Paint! Hold on. I turned that off for the interview. Hold on, I will let you guys post links again. That was just out of safety. Give me a second. Okay, try posting it again. Sorry about that. Green code. Sorry about that. No, it wasn't you. We did an interview and I was trying to keep it, you know, I was trying to prevent any potential issues. Enter your name. We are Micro Raptor. Ooh. This is like bingo? Better on mobile? I can like make it small for mobile. Look. Perfect. There's my mobile screen. Oh, you can type in chat. That's pretty cool. A dark mode would be nice too, so you don't flashbang us. It's pretty cool. You have a global chat too. So what is like what is the use case for this drinking code? Is this so like does everybody see the same game? Oh, meetings. Okay. You see the same board. Okay, that's kind of cool. There could be some use cases for streamers so that you can see the same bingo board. Actually, know an artist who would fill the art style game you're going? If you want to post the art station, yeah, definitely post it. That'd be awesome. Thank you. Make a new game. Oh, I see. You can put the board in. Interesting. Well, it's going well, drinking code. I like that. I like the global chat. Oh, I like that a lot. Yeah, I like this. I definitely like this. Big summit coming up and some coworkers wanted a bingo board for common phrases people say. Oh, that's okay. That's a really good use case. Yeah. Like for corporate speak in meetings, right? You can place bets. You can show the game we did too together. I'd love to see that. Yeah. I will. I'm gonna save this. See, it's all about maximizing profits. You know, we're a family here, drinking code. Okay, and I think over here we can use the info panel. Although we'll probably need a separate... We'll need a switcher here between a ingredient info panel and the potion info panel. They are very similar, but they are different. Actually, everything is the same about them except for this. Because this shows what effects are in there. or I'm sorry, what ingredients are in there. And for the ingredient one, we show the biomes, light, seasons, and what state it's in. Okay, we can make that work. We can make that work. And I think we'll just do a click and drag down into the hotbar for potions. Ingredients cannot be dragged. So they will have to be separate widgets then. Or we'll have to allow the drag only if the dragged widget is, you know, has like an enum that it's a potion and not an ingredient. That might be the better way to do it, because then we can reuse the same widget. That'll work. It's kind of ugly, but it'll work. UI. Where is our inventory? We have potion inventory. But we'll keep that for bartering. I'll make a new folder just for inventory. Actually, before I do that, before I'm stupid, I need to make a new branch for working in potion inventory. Remaking inventory. I almost fucked up. There we go. Is your page for your games? You've worked on quite a bit. Oh, Iwa. Which is your favorite one? Is it Alcatron? It better be. Your first one. Oh, this one, My Adventure? Ooh. Instead of playing it now, and I know what you're thinking, but I've been meaning to do a day where we just play games made by viewers. I'm going to add this to the list. We're going to add that to the list. So we're upper me, but try the second one if you want. That's made by the artist. We'll try them both. I'll just bookmark your stuff. And we're going to set up a day where we can just play through games that that you guys have. I think that'll be a fun day. And then I'll Photoshop myself with, you know, I'll make myself Simon from American Idol, and I'll put Randy and Paula next to me, and then we can judge. You know, I'll have to switch spot depending on how I feel. Sometimes I'll feel like a Paula, sometimes I'll feel like a Randy. I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember American Idol. Inventory, let's see. Make a new folder for the... You know what? We don't need a new folder. WBP. Inventory item. God, it's been a hot minute since I worked with drag and drop. I kind of forget it. I'll have to pull up the documentation for drag and drop, UE5, drag and drop. I need a not boss music, please, Core Keeper. Thank you. Okay, perfect. That's what I need. Watching the trailer? Thank you. Yeah, that's a pretty old trailer. We did make that quite a while ago. $30 days ago. Did I make a new one? Wait. I didn't make one 30 days ago. Did I? No, I didn't make one. Wait. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, 30 days of development time. Yeah, yeah. No, you're right on that. We made that in May, and then I had to move to a new apartment, so that took up a lot of time, and then... Yeah. But you probably saw it without the new water system. Which, to be honest, the water system looks fucking good. It was hell. It was pain. I have PTSD from working on this water. But I am happy with the result. I'll take it. Ignore the white stuff. That's just transparent materials. Translucent materials. Pretty cool in the storm too. I like showing this off, but if you're near to the top of the water, you'll still be able to hear the weather effects. Well, let me pause the music. But as you go deeper, so I tried to mimic the real life effect of, you know, the water is not very good for transmitting sound. At least at the pitches that weather makes. I think it works out pretty well. Or we can have it nice and snowy. Wintertime. That should be quite cold, though, to swim in wintertime. I wouldn't do it. I'm gonna pass on jumping in the lake at winter. Yeah, I'll be around for another, like 7 hours. 6-7 hours I'll be streaming, so don't worry. I will still be here. Thank you for the follow. Good luck on the fish. And most importantly, we have a beach ball. And the game is also... What happened? That was weird. Like the book animation? I paid for it. I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna pay somebody who can make some good animations for the stream. Who's the artist? I got it from... man, I got it from a site. I didn't like commission it personally. I got it from a website. What was it? They had a lot of really nice animations for streams. Okay, I think this was it. Putting with listening Tron Legacy soundtrack over any is the best. Dude, Tron is such a good series. Windows. It was this site, kudos.tv. And it was a pretty decent price. I think I got the book animations from this Witchy Kitten one. So yeah, that was quite nice. How you doing, Jedediah? How's your Monday? We kind of already have this widget, but I want to do it a bit better. I can copy over some of the blueprints that I wrote, though. Primarily for whether or not it's selected or not. Hey, Mia. On the stream through Yaria. Thanks. This looks amazing. Thank you so much. Ignore my reading ability, Jesus. Welcome. Oh, they're the artists that you sent. Yeah, we were looking at your art station. I absolutely loved it. I think we have very similar tastes in stylization. Although keep in mind, I did not make any of this art. Anybody who can make art is just magical to me. Is highlighted, okay. Highlighted and selected. That's old code, we don't need that. Alright, we'll copy this over. Or I might just make a duplicate of this and rename it. That might be the smarter way to do it. So colorful and bright. I do like it. And I want to have all the different seasons and stuff. So like, you know, in autumn, it's going to look so pretty with all the different colors. I'm pretty excited for it. Artists and musicians are just magicians, I agree. To me, a spreadsheet, it's like, oh, that's a really nice spreadsheet. Oh, I love that. That's art. I know how to do that. But then I like draw an animal and it looks horrendous. Actually, I think we have an emote in chat that is my rendition of a cat. Yeah, good luck on your meeting. We'll delete that. Well, see, Glitch Cat is a much better cat than mine. I cannot draw. Alright, let's duplicate this. We'll just call this WBP inventory item. We'll move this down. Up. To inventory. Alright, the things that we don't need here are these two boxes. So we do not need the potion type box or the barter button. And we can delete any information that's related to that. Set is checked. Set checked state. We don't need that. Is highlighted in potion data. Why is that? Oh, that's the wrong widget class. Is highlighted. Delete the old one, and same with potion data. The same structure, so that's fine. Probably some of these are wrong. Barter button border. Which was the barter button? Oh yeah, we don't care about that anymore. We'll see how this is all made in the background. As an artist, I only know how to do the visual stuff. It's a completely different language to me. Depending on what you want to do, I don't know if you want to go into like full-time game dev or something. Learning how to use blueprints, I think, is very it's very visual friendly and very valuable. Yeah, pull that out. Self-reference, then we'll do set is highlighted. Icon border. Yeah, we do need to change that. The brush color. Get icon border. Set brush color. Alright, that function looks good. Remove potion from inventory. That won't have to be used. Checkbox based on bartering stage can be deleted. Check if other main potion exists can be deleted. Everything else is probably okay. And we'll try to rename some of these things so that it's like, we don't need potion type for commission or potion data. You know, that's going to have to be just general data of whether or not it's a potion or an ingredient. So we'll have to do some configuration here on this. At the moment, I'm dabbling in game jams. Smart. Hoping to one day make my own game. Programmers the real hero. Without them, there is no game. I mean, everybody is necessary to make a game. I've seen games just made by programmers and artists, and you know, they look beautiful, they run well, but then they're just like, there isn't a cohesive loop, and you can tell that they didn't have a game designer working with them. Or, you know, a game that was made only by designers and programmers, and it looks like a spreadsheet game, which is fun. Don't get me wrong, I love spreadsheet games, but it's like, Some art would have been really nice here. All right, let's make another widget. We're gonna need, let's see, we're gonna need one widget for this. One widget for the switcher, the info panel, the hotbar is a separate widget. We'll make the switcher and list. Although the list... I've never used the tabs before in widgets. It's like 2 tabs up at the top here, and you can switch between ingredients and potions. Although because they'll use the same list and icons here, we'll see. Inventory. Just call it inventory. No, we'll call it inventory, list. We'll make one main panel with all of the sub-panels in it. The real hero is the person who retopologizes, rigs and skin weights, that 3D model from hell there on the rock, the glue and the self-funded. Yeah, like the people who UV wrap, who do all the terrible stuff. The tech artists. Let's see if I can find this. This would be the widget switcher, right? Like a tab control, but without tabs. At most, one widget is visible at a time. I've never used this. Active widget index. So we'd still need to switch index between widgets. Okay, I see. The thing is, we could mimic tabs. We could just have a button here, even if it's invisible, that will just regenerate this list based on the one that you press, which is maybe not the cleanest way to do it, but it functions very much the same. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna do it that way. I prefer it that way. This type of inventory menu, yeah, we're making a just generalized inventory menu with a hotbar that you'll then be able to take your potions and drag them into it, because that's how you do combat in our game, is not with like swords and bow or whatever, but with potions. But I also wanted to show ingredients so that you can just kind of use this as a generalized inventory. So, you know, it's like each of these list items, this is one widget. Actually, I'll just draw on it. This is one, that's not drawing. You stupid developer. This is one widget. 2 widgets, 3 widgets, 4 widgets, and then the whole thing is going to be its own separate widget. We need 5 widgets in total, from what I can see. Which is basically the inventory item, the inventory list, the inventory info panel, the hotbar, and then the inventory as a whole. And I can reuse one of my old panels for the inventory item. And the benefit of that is that we have it working, so you can like hover over and then you can select one and it will show that information. These are all the same potions, so it doesn't really look like anything's changing. But if I were to make a potion, or a couple potions here, we can see it. Let's make a few shitty potions. Fortify health. There we go. Fortify health. And some resist poison, maybe. Looks good. Now we can see kind of how it's working. It'd be fun to make some maybe a bit of the Breath of the Wild inventory menu. I haven't played that, but you're the second person who said that, so. If that's a good thing, if people like the Breath of the Wild inventory menu, then I suppose that's a good thing that we are inadvertently copying here. I want the same colors, though, on that. What are the colors that I have on my other inventory panels? Oh, I don't do a black border like I do with this one. That actually looks better. Okay, outer border is black with 2 pixel padding. Black and 2 for padding. Inner border brush color is all 6s for the hex. There we go. And we'll wrap this with a size box so that we can control the size separately. The excellent thing, I always found it quite clean and efficient. I'll take it, because I'm not a UI designer either. Like I said, I love spreadsheets. So if I can make something look pretty decent, acceptable. Okay, that's what anything that I do that's artistic, that's my goal. Acceptable. That's the peak of my ambition when it comes to my art skills. Okay, inside this border, we're going to want a vertical box with a horizontal box and a scroll box. This will start to take shape very quickly here. Vertical box, horizontal box, button, text, button, text, and a scroll box. Scroll box needs to fill. I would also like for the buttons to fill. And then within the scroll box, we can put the inventory items. Just to get a feel for how it's going to look. Well, that's not how that's supposed to look. Why are they doing that? I need not boss gameplay, please. Thank you. It's making me anxious. You've dabbled in UI. Some developers don't really focus on UI, but it's such an important aspect of gameplay. It is. I mean, and if you think of like our game, right? It's like, okay, you have these ingredients that you can go and find, right? That you can discover, and you can turn them into different ingredients, right? We can take this dragon's eye, which has invisibility and damage stamina, and we can go process this into like a ground version of it, right? We can grind it up, which right now it's just represented by boxes. You know, these are all discoveries that I think it's very unreasonable to expect a player to remember. So we're gonna have to have this encyclopedia of knowledge that you gain by playing, and that to me is a necessary, extremely complex bit of UI, like your potions and your almanac, right? All the potions you've made, the NPCs you've talked to, lore you've learned, ingredients you've found, all this within that single book is going to be just hell to design. Why are they automatically aligning like that? Oh, because it's a scroll box. No, we need a... Hold on, we don't want this in a scroll box. We want a scroll box, but we want a separate panel, a uniform grid panel as a child of that. And then we can put the inventory items in there. Although I don't like that either. Don't like... Oh, I did a wrap box. You know what? That's a much better idea. Gotta hand it to my old self. Much smarter to do a wrap box. We can put some padding on that too. I kind of like it being centered, you know? Actually, it looks kind of nice. Get some space between them. I agree, sometimes you need to baby the player, especially at the beginning, yeah. One is, you know, we're gonna have like a bit of a casual audience too, and I think that necessitates some additional levels of tutorialization and introduction to the game. Okay, this is bothering me though. I have a big problem with this. This is... That's upsetting. It's just a prototype. Don't look at it. Don't look at the lack of symmetry, okay? It's just a prototype. I think potions should come first because that'll be the most important thing to look at when you open up your inventory. Oh, the struggle. Yeah, the struggle of making things symmetrical in UI is sometimes way worse than I remember it being. Inventory. What am I thinking of? Ingredients. Not inventory. Oh, the bright visual style so far. Once you have the icons and assets rendered in the bright style, it's going to look so good. Excited to see you make this. Well, thank you. That's really nice of you, Mia. I hope so. Getting money from publishers, though, is right now proving to be very difficult. They are not giving out money to people. I want to do padding like that. No, I'm not going to put padding on the scroll box. Not yet, at least. I think instead what I'll do is I'll put a spacer. And we'll put padding on the top and bottom of this. And on the sides. That's what it looks like so far without the lines. I know it's a tough time for game dev. It is, yeah. Like back in the day, you could just take a shitty prototype to a publisher, ask for, I don't know, a couple $100,000. Not going to be a big problem if there's a potential market for it. Nowadays, you need to have something that is much more polished and finished. And especially as a new developer like us, because I've been in the industry for like 10 years, right? But as a company, we're fresh. We need to prove ourselves. Like, hey, if you give us the money, we can build this team. We can build this game. And I don't think I'm super great at proving that necessarily. Not yet, at least. Do I want to have the buttons be visible here or have them be invisible? Because they're going to look kind of silly right now. Let me load it up. I'll show you what I mean. Create widget. Inventory list. The unevenness in this. Look at the unevenness. Oh, that's so triggering. That bothers me so much. I mean, we for sure need some padding on these buttons. Leaning towards visible. I think I am too. Yeah, a pretty solid concept prototype from the looks of it. I can't think there would be a good audience. I think there wouldn't be a good audience for this kind of game. People love this, lap this stuff up. I'm hoping that the narrative element where I think our audience leans slightly female on this. And I'm gonna generalize here, so don't pick on me for generalizing. But generally speaking, a female video game audience tends to love stories and characters and getting to know them and diving deep into who they are, and interacting with them, you know? And I think because of that, if we can double down on that and make that a core, unique pillar of our game, which is our intention, we'll be able to sell it to them. Hopefully. Mostly young female audience. I'm wondering if because of our intention for the subject matter might make it a bit older though. We'll see on that though. That's all speculation. If I put a padding of 5. And I'll do a spacer in between here. I think I could go even more with the spacer. Maybe not 50. Maybe 35. This already has 10 on the top. That does make it a bit more equal. What it is, it's hard to tell. Would have loved this as a young girl, but I also know my mother plays these kinds of games all the time. I'm a little worried that our game is a bit... Thank you, Core Keeper Soundtrack, for making this way more... crazy than it needs to be. I think that we're like leaning a little bit too much into non-casual type of gameplay with like potion combat and first-person stuff, but I don't know. I'm just trying. I guess I'm just trying to make the game that I would have always wanted to play. If you sold me you can make potions, explore dungeons, and change the fate of adventurers with the potions you give them or the things that you say to them. This is kind of what I envision. And I suppose if you make a good game, the audience will adapt to it. A massive empty space in the middle. How do you feel about this distance? I don't want them to be too close so that you accidentally click on one when you mean to click on the other. think this is exactly right. Okay, we will never change it then, because you think it's perfect. I'll put a note. Never touch this. So by casual, you're talking a little bit like Minecraft. I think more like mid-core. We are trying to reach like a mainly casual to mid-core audience. So probably leaning a bit more mid-core than casual, but still not as mid-core as, I don't know, some other type of game that's mid-core. I think what we'll do for sure is add some difficulty options for people who want it to just be like really easy, like the combat. They don't want to engage in that. They just want to make it easy, simple as, you know, and talk with NPCs and change their fates, right? And other people who might want it more difficult, we can always have options for that. I like giving people the ability to play the game the way they want to play it. Cheat codes, we'll have those. Having the combat in first person shouldn't take away from the casual aspect of the game, definitely adds variety. We'll see when we get some playtesters. How do we want to do the switching? We'll make an enum, or we can use a boolean. Enum might be a little bit nicer though. Enum or boolean? Enum or boolean? We'll make an enum simply because then we can add additional tabs to this if we need to, without having to refactor too much. Alchemy data. I think we were putting enums for UI directly in the folders though. Inventory tab selected. Potions. Ingredients. Or freedom later on down the line. So one of the interesting things that we're doing that is maybe not the most common is that when we're done with our first playable, we will be deleting, or just, that's a bad word to use, we will be making a new project for this game and starting from scratch. Now we can copy over certain elements that we want to keep, but the reason we do that is so that we can safely prototype, rapidly iterate, do it a bit dirty here, and not copy over all of that dirty foundation into the proper, you know, a project that we want to make into the final game. It's like, okay, here's our example, and here's our GDD, documentation and prototype, and now we make it with the right code foundation. Because a lot of mistakes have been made here, a lot of really dirty programming. Because all we need to do is make it work. That's the only goal of this. Make it work, make it not too buggy, and then we'll do it properly. See that avoiding duplicating mistakes? Yeah, it may make the workflow a little bit longer, but quality-wise we'll avoid issues down the line. Exactly, yeah. That's the hope. Because I'm not a programmer. Like, I can program, but that doesn't mean that I know how to make good code architecture. I don't know how to build up a code base that is stable and easily expandable. I'm much more of a I'm better at prototyping. A selected tab. This is inventory tab selected, and default is going to be potions, I think. Yes. We'll make a function here for switch tab. Of an input of tab to switch to. And if it's equal to the same one that it's already on, then we just, let me do a not equal. If it's different than the one that we're already on, we will perform some actions, right? Let's put a branch node over here so we know, and if not, we return from the function. You're visualizing that the game will be fully 3D, 2D, or a mix of both. Fully 3D. Although there might be some 2D elements, right? Like UI stuff and things like that. And I think one thing that I'm really looking forward to making is a cute little slime that you'll be able to feed potions and ingredients to discover effects. And he will have some reaction depending on the effect that he discovers. So if he discovers like an immolate effect, he'll like burst into flames for a couple seconds. Maybe make some like cute evil sound. He'll be your house sitter while you're out exploring and looking for ingredients. I feel like 3D will suit this best. Yeah, and I think that also sets it apart from a lot of the other potion and alchemy games that are on the market, is most of them are 2D. And the ones that are 3D, I think don't delve into the character aspect as much as I'd like to go. House sitter slime, exactly. Female audience, if you weren't intrigued yet, wait until I tell you about this slime. And a good reference that I think I'm going to use is from... Oh god, it was the slime that ate trash isekai anime. What was it called? It was... If I look up slime trash isekai. The weakest tamer began a journey to pick up trash. Hold on. What was it called? And she had a slime called Sora who made the cutest fucking sounds. You'll be able to feed him some ingredients. Nom nom nom. I also like the idea where if you're gone from your house for a while, we can easily trigger like some animation that he maybe like, he's like a cat almost, or like a dog. He just zooms around the house because he's really happy to see you back. He's like waiting at the door. Maybe you open the door and it hits him a bit and he like flies back to the back of the room and splats against the wall and then reforms. I don't know, we could do some pretty fun animations and stuff for if you come home. Or interactions with guests, with adventurers that come. Very own pet slime, exactly. You just feed him all the ingredients to discover effects. Because it's like, you know, in Elder Scrolls, right? You eat the ingredients to discover effects. Okay, that's kind of cool. But what if instead of you eating them, you fed them to your slime, and then he had a bit of a visual reaction to it? So if he discovered poison, you know, he becomes a bit like noxious and a bit like, you know, sick. You're like, okay, that discovered poison, and now you can see that poison was discovered on that ingredient. That's added to your alchemy encyclopedia. Or if you feed him a potion that has an unknown effect on it, maybe he discovers that effect. Yeah, to me that's a bit more it's just a bit more fun than, hey, spam eat every single ingredient in your inventory until you discover effects. It's very marketable. It's very cute and it's very marketable. What was I doing? I got lost. Oh yeah, we need to set up some... We need to set up the logic for switching between tabs. That should be relatively easy. Tab to switch to. We'd have to do a switch on selected tab, or on tab to switch to, sorry. Tab to switch to. Not that. If potions for each loop get inventory. I know we have a function for getting potions. I know we do. There's no way we don't. Maybe we don't. Function library. Inventory. We have save provided. We don't have one for getting potions. Okay, I'll make one. Get all potions. Get game instance. Alchemy. Oh, get player inventory. Break. Potions. Okay, that'll work. And then we can do the same thing. We're gonna duplicate this function. And we'll do get all ingredients. Okay. Get all potions. This should be pretty easy to do. There's going to be some logic that needs to be cleaned up, but it should be pretty easy to at least display all of the ingredients we have and all of the well, okay, ingredients is going to be very messy right now. We're going to okay. Let's not talk about ingredients yet. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And the reason being is because you can change the state of ingredients, right? So you have like a flour that's been ground up or distilled, up a fermented mushroom. Well, that's different. It's a different ingredient than just the regular mushroom. So do we display that as a separate icon, but then it gets messy because you have like a million ingredients? We'll deal with it. That bridge will need to be crossed. It will be crossed. For each, create widget. Inventory item. I think I already have a setup widget. Yeah, I have a setup item, but it's potion data and it is bartering. We're gonna have a lot of assets to display, yeah. But we can do something similar to what we do with our ingredient shelf. We'll have to do a little bit of widget nesting, but there's a way we can get around it. So if I add 99 to all ingredients, which we have about like 300 or so ingredients right now in the game. This is of course not 300 ingredients, right? And it's because we group them into categories based on the base ingredient type. So all freshwater pearls, all purple desert flowers, and you can see that the different states of the normal, dried, distilled ground are here. We can do the same thing in the inventory. We'll show the base type and then we'll have a separate pop-up or something for, or I don't know. We'll figure a way out to do this. It's gonna be more complex than I originally thought, but this is the better way to handle it. And I can probably copy over some of the code that I wrote for this. For right now, I will just display them separately. The same that we'll do with potions. Even though that's not going to be the intended way to do it. I need the list. Scroll box, wrap box. Item list is variable. First, we need to clear the list. We need to clear it of children. I'll quickly reconfigure setup item to just pull in the icon at the moment. No, I'll do this. I'll do potion data or an input of ingredient data. There is a structure for ingredient data. Is that the right one? What does that look like? Type, state, biomes. No, that's not the right one. The wrong one. I'm pretty sure it's inventory ingredient, which will just be its name and amount. Because then we can get the ingredient data from this. Yeah, we can get ingredient structure. And that will have its display. So it's like its icon. Okay, ignore setting potion data at the moment. I really just want the icons for the moment. Potion data is equal to I just check if it's valid. I'll pull in the enum to solve it. Because we need to know which one to display, so I'll just pull in the enum. I just crashed the engine. Great start to a week. Casually crashing Unreal. This is not relaxing at all. There we go. The good thing is I save often, so it is what it is. There we go. Oops, that's not the one. Tab, inventory tab. I'll do another switch here. I won't do a select node. Primarily because we actually have some execution nodes here that we need to run. Break. Icon. Oh, we can do this. No, we won't do the select here either. Switch node is better if you have execution that you need to run. If you don't need to run any execution nodes, which are the white lines, then you can do a select node. Potion data. Now I think when we get all the potions in the inventory, unless I'm mistaken, they will have the potion structure. I'll double check on that. Ooh. Their inventory potion. It's got the name and icon. Yeah. So we don't have to change that at all. Get potion data. You need to make sure it's the local variable one and not the variable from the class itself. Okay, I'll skip everything but the branch. None of this is relevant. Oh, just potion inventory. That's fine. And then back up an inventory list, what we can do is tab to switch to. That'll be the potion data. And then we need to add this widget to the item list. Add child. And then pretty much just copy this same kind of setup. But instead of doing the potion data, we need to do ingredient data. Get all ingredients. And I think for now we can just return. Now I'll add a couple of like just of the test potions, and I'll pick up a couple ingredients, and switching between them should work. Except I have no way of opening the inventory at the moment, unless I change it. I might do that. Where did I put it? Open inventory, get actor of class, alchemy table, potion inventory. Yeah, we have no way of closing it at the moment, so when we open it, we'll just, that'll be it for the moment. So let's do this. Get all widgets of class. Visibility. Minecraft music is knocking me out. It does that to me sometimes too. Like, well, I want to have relaxing music for working. But then it's so relaxing, mixed with the rain sounds. I kind of just want to sleep. Sounds ASMR. Every single stream I start yawning at some point, and it's like, well, I'm not tired. It's just white noise plus relaxing soundtrack. Okay, inventory list default will be collapsed. In the level blueprint, create widget, inventory list, to viewport. If I press I, it should appear. It did not. Fantastic. You know a good Unreal dev too? You know all the people, don't you? Okay. I do not know this person. I like their, that's fucking great. I love that. We're getting people building connections. Connections are important. One of the most important things you can have in the industry is knowing people. Thank you. I will put this person on my list to contact as well. I have a lot of people I gotta contact. I have to contact my this composer that I met, see if she's still willing to make us music. I think Datu, original Minecraft soundtrack is so much better than the songs Microsoft added. I agree. I agree so much. A good musician too. Don't worry, I already got somebody that I talked to with Cauldron Chronicles at the last game dev conference I went to. Does that not show? Is it because I set the canvas panel as collapsed? And not the main visibility? That's exactly what happened. Artists are hard to find. Artists that are willing to help you on your project for free are insanely difficult to find. And I get it, right? I'm not about to shit on artists who want to make money. But in a lot of cases, you gotta start somewhere, you know? Like, I'd pay you if I had money. I'm not trying to pay you an exposure. I'm trying to start up a game studio here, and there's only one way to do that. Alright, let's delete all of these. We don't need them. We'll add some test potions that aren't going to appear in the inventory yet. And I'll pick up some ingredients. Thank you for this, I can definitely see the investment. Wow, look at it not working. And you know why? It's because I didn't actually set up I didn't set up the buttons to do anything when you click them. I made all of the functions. I didn't connect them to the buttons. Every single time I do this. So stupid. Quick new function called load widget, which will call switch tab on potions. That's it. What was that site you were showing me from where you got the book? I gotta go see now. Which book? Oh, yeah, the animation. That was kudos.tv. I'll link it in chat. That was not the right one, I'm sorry. I thought I copied it. I did not copy it. Okay, hold on. Let's try that again. Okay, test potions. Ingredients. And ingredients work, potions do not. Why don't potions work? This might be the wrong potion data. All right. Come here. Where are you? Not triggering it. It's weird. Oh, it's because we don't switch the tab. We don't change the select tab. I'm stupid. I am stupid. There we go. That'll work. Test potions. Okay, the initial load doesn't work. I don't know why, but now at least that aspect is working. Although when switching, we need to auto-select the first item in the inventory. But at least that aspect is functional. Good start. You guys want to see something fun? We have these beach balls in the game, right? What if I told you the animals will play with the beach balls? Oh, he doesn't want to fly in the water though. Hold on. Boink. Yeah, they like to play too. Yeah, they do run away if you get too close to them, but they have an overriding priority to play with the beach ball. Where did he go? Mr. Butterfly? Oh, he flew up here. Yeah, he did get scared. Ah! I snuck up behind him. We're gonna make their AI a lot better once we add the rest of the potion combat. You're gonna steal this idea, go for it. Take it and make it better. And then I'll steal it from you. Vortex. I'll show you the altar of Keck as well, because I feel like that's an important addition to the game. Thinking a lot about how game worlds feel stale. They do. The switchy stuff makes me want to draw potion bottles. So we have these stones scattered around here, right? Nothing special. But now if you stand up on a certain altar, everything starts to come into focus. And if you happen to be standing on this altar and you look in this direction for 10 seconds, our favorite man will appear. The legend. I like to put little fun stuff into my games. I don't think the publishers are going to like it that much, but you know what? What they don't know won't hurt them. is it a bit weird? Maybe it's compiling shaders. That might have been. If there's any hitches like this, I think it's just compiling some shaders. I'd install some new drivers. You're not having fun as a dev, you're not doing it right? True. I mean, it's like you're making a game. You're supposed to have fun making games. What's the point? Game worlds feel like you don't belong there. I think I get what you mean. I have similar problems, you know, with, I think Star Wars Outlaws was the most recent example of a game that just felt so... It's just tired. It's just I feel tired playing it. It's like I've played this game. It's a reskin of all your other games, Ubisoft. I don't get anything new from this. I don't feel immersed. The last time I felt truly, deeply immersed in a world, if we ignore like Kingdom Come Deliverance, because I think at times Kingdom Come Deliverance is a pretty immersive game, was Red Dead Redemption 2. That game I actually... Oh god, I just felt like Arthur Morgan. It felt so good. You played an open world Ubisoft game, you've played all open world Ubisoft games, it's true. They have not innovated on their formula in any way. In fact, I think they've devolved. Inventory item, inventory list, potion inventory, we don't need that open. Don't need that. Oh. I've had my window capture open this whole time. I have to use screen sharing to connect to my streaming computer, and I've had that open this entire time. I bet that's why there's been some weird hitches. That would make sense. Alright, what's next on our agenda? Probably the initial setup. I actually need to change selected tab to ingredients by default. That'll fix the issue of the potions not appearing when you first open it up. All companies feel similar. You play their ones, then boom, all their games are gonna feel like that. I mean, that's true to an extent. I agree. I do agree with that. You know, you have a game that feels like it definitely came from a certain studio, right? With Ubisoft, it just feels so bland. You know, it's like what is Star Wars Outlaws trying to tell me? You know, I played through the first opening couple hours, and it's a confusing, rushed mess of a story with gameplay that does not excite me. And it's just because nothing has changed from their formula for years and years and years. And it's like, well, this is the same game that I played 5 years ago from Ubisoft. And I'm used to it now. Nothing is new to me here. Stories get written by AI. You know, I'll tell you what though. AI can sometimes, I think, write better stories than some of the writers nowadays. I think I'll get the item list if it has any children. I can get children count. Has any children, beautiful. Or even better, we'll just grab the first array index and we will set selected, select item. I have an event or function in the inventory item that should work for this. Yeah, set highlighted. Hey, Horkon. I've used Unreal in 2 years. I'm mainly Godot dev now. Oh, Godot's cool. I'm gonna spend at least 20k USD in past hires to write stories and announcements, I agree. I think that a lot of developers are trying to... They're trying to replace people in their company by using AI, whereas I think that generative, or not generative, but large language model AI like ChatGPT or similar have really good uses in games that won't replace people. But they're very minimal to me. My company, I moved CEO and used ChatGPT to tell me what to do. I'm slave of AI. All for collaborative. Yeah, it's like one of the examples was I'll show you. So in our game we have a lot of effects, right? We have these effects. You can put them on your potions in any combination or order you want, and you'll probably have a maximum of like 5 or 6 effects on your potion. So if a character asks for some invisibility, well, what happens if you give them a fortify block effect? What happens if you put a fear effect on that potion? How does that change the story, and how do they react to it? And so because you have all these different combinations, you end up with this exponentially increasing, factorial increasing amount of potential custom responses that you would have to write if you wanted handwritten, believable, good sounding responses to all these effects that can appear in a potion. Or you could hook it up into a large language model and have it formulate a unique response based on that input. And that's one use that I could see for this occurring, whereas we would have to spend, years and years and potentially millions of dollars to have it handwritten. And that's just not feasible. But that wouldn't replace somebody, that would just make it so that we could do something that couldn't be done before. Unless we had, Star Citizen's budget, right? Work smarter, not harder. I work harder, not smarter. Do you know a game called I forgot the name? Yeah, nobody remembers the name. You know what? I'll just save the... I don't want to have spaghetti going around here. I'll just save the array index. Okay, if we are on the first index, we're going to take this and set highlighted. Wildermyth, yes, I do know that game. I really like that game. That is a very, very fun game. I really liked its magic system. It was a breath of fresh air when it came to interesting, innovative magic system. And the way that the stories unfolded were, I do think that over time it became a little easy to figure out, but it also handled it very well. It was like, what if we take the tabletop narrative structure and combine it with a strategy game so that you can have your XCOM like combat, but that characters evolve and form relationships over time. I think it was very good. It's a bit sad about blueprints that you have to save it into another variable to avoid noodles. I agree. At least for like array index. I kind of don't like that. But the world responded to... Yeah, I like too that characters could become permanently afflicted in Wildermyth. Like you make a choice and if your character falls in a battle, they could lose a limb. And now, well, that was the limb that they were that was the arm that they were holding their shield with. They were a fighter. What are you gonna do now? Okay, now the first one is highlighted, which is nice. Some visual representation of which tab you're on is my next goal for this. And it should be a scroll box, so theoretically if we just spammed in a whole bunch of ingredients here, or God forbid I have any... I'll do it. Add 99 to all ingredients. You want to see what this will look like? Oh, it's actually not that bad. I thought it would list each of them individually, but no, it will show them. It just won't show their states. Actually, you know what? This is okay. This was a lot better than I thought it would have looked like. Wish more games do that like this, where you matter in story. The way that I pitch Cauldron Chronicles here to investors, I don't know if this sounds good, but to me it makes sense. You are not the hero, but you influence heroes. You're just the person that makes potions. You're not here to change the world. But each of the people you meet, they are the main character of their own story. And you don't know if they have the capability or potential to change the world in good or bad ways. How do we want this to look if we're selected on here? I can change the text color, that's easy. I wonder if there's a way to make it so that it stays pressed if I click it. Cutsper, do you know of a way to do that with buttons? if you press a button on the inventory that it stays in its pressed mode, or would you have to manually change the padding and I guess I could just change the padding and coloring. It's not like this is a very complex. Use common UI? No. Use navigation? No. I do not. Should I be using common UI? I haven't messed with common UI yet at all. Just wait, he's gonna tell me, yes, you should be using it. Why are you not using it? Oh, I need to make the text part of these variables. The potions. Just change style of buttons normal state into style. Yeah, I think I'll just do that. That should be pretty easy to do. Select. Cache normal style. That's a good point. I can do that up begin play. That's a very good idea. Cache buttons. Johnny Cash buttons. Maybe there's a better way to do it than changing buttons. If I change button style, it's just going to be a whole mess. You know what? I'll start with just text. I'll start with just the text. And if it looks really bad, then I'll change it. I can't switch a enum, but I can just do a sneaky little And, you know, Minecraft Alpha, everything before, Datu, you said it right. Everything before Minecraft was sold to Microsoft. Legendary soundtrack. After that, I don't know. We'll keep talking about some of the new tracks, but I don't really find any of them that amazing. Hold on, I didn't actually set this up to be used anywhere. I'm gonna nest it inside of Switch tab. I think too I'll put some safety nets here if ingredients and potions are empty arrays. Otherwise it'll spit out a warning that the array was empty. Okay. That'll work for that one, and we'll do the same here. Valid index, branch. Now if we open it up, yellow's a bit too bright if you ask me. Other than that, it works fine. Now it's too dark. What color do I use in the escape menu? Because the escape menu yellow that I use looks just fine. In the settings. Maybe I should use the green that I use for apply. I don't know. I don't know. I actually like how good the game looks with DLSS on. So smooth too. DLSS with sharpening is... I think DLSS is one of the greatest modern technological achievements for video games. It's crazy how good DLSS is. Crazy how simple. It's so simple and it's so good. You wouldn't tell that the game is not running at 1080p right now. Like if I sit here and, you know, let the stream render at 6,000 kilobits per second, it's really hard to tell that the game is running at half resolution right now. I didn't react to the render issues. I didn't react to a lot of stuff. I'm very behind on some React content. Very behind. I'll do a green color. I think green will look better. Yeah. Get rid of that. Let's do this. Visibility is visible. I'll do a branch instead of any select nodes. It's visible, true, set it to collapse. Let's show mouse cursor, input mode, game and UI. I think that will allow me to just press I to open and close the inventory now. Oops. No. Why? Is it because of some issue with visible? Oh, wait. No. Wait. But it's collapsed. Hey, Yossi. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? How's your Monday? You sleep well? Did you get drunk over the weekend? Naughty, naughty. Is this the game you're making? It is the game I'm making, and I am debugging. Well, currently I'm bugging, and I'm attempting to debug. Because input mode is on UI only. I'd have to remove context if I wanted to do it this way. I think. Let me try. Yeah, probably might have to remove input context, which I could do. That's not out of the realm of possibility. Enhanced input local player subsystem, I think is what it's called. Use TA or TSR in your game. I have both. I prefer TSR because it looks way better. But it's also more performance hungry, right? But we do have both. I think we have three. We have TAA, TSR, and FXAA enabled. Yeah, TAA is on by default. Here is FXAA. Lowest to highest to ultra. Looks shit either way. We have TAA, which does have that that ghosting effect. TSR I know is temporal super resolution. TA is temporal anti-aliasing. TSR, I don't know if TSR is temporal super resolution or T stands for something else in TSR. But TSR by far looks the best. But you still have some of the ghosting stuff. If you turn on DLSS though, I think it looks a bit better. Hello, DLSS, do you want to work? Temporal super resolution, okay, it is. The DLSS is a little bit buggy for me. I think I'm doing something wrong in the code with it, which is why I have it set to experimental. Sometimes it just does not want to work. I don't know what I'm doing wrong with it. Anti-aliasing method 0. I don't know. If you don't touch any settings and you enable DLSS, I can promise it works. I think I'm supposed to disable anti-aliasing before turning it on. I don't think I do that properly. Can't find the difference. So with TSR, from what I know, it's super resolution, so it will render it up and then scale it down. So you get pretty good looking edges with TSR. This is TAA, TSR. I mean, they're very similar. Maybe unnoticeable in some cases. None. Looks beautiful. This is ultra performance DLSS, so I think the game is running at 33% resolution. Which again, can you tell that the game is running at, I think this would be 640p? Am I right on that? There are definitely some lighting artifacts. It looks pretty good. And then I think ultra quality is native with... That'll be native resolution, but with better anti-aliasing, I believe. Unless I'm wrong. It actually looks worse. Okay. Look, it says experimental here, okay? Because I'm still experimenting with it. Could just be too much sharpening too. I think it looks fine. Imply to include FSR later. Most likely, yeah. For full release, I'd like to include all upscaling technologies. Definitely some lumen artifacting. I mean, if you can run the game at native resolution, you don't need DLSS, to be honest. Though the sharpening, the NVIDIA sharpening, though, was pretty cool. But I think my game at default with TSR is probably the best way to play it. Bonk. Love the auroras too. The volumetric clouds. The auroras. And they do move. A little hard to see. Oh. Little hitch. Let's turn it into Quake mode. FOV 140. Oh, now we're gaming. Oh yeah. We'll start some parkour challenges in the game. Getting a lot of hitching today. Riley, don't give the Twitch chaos bots free fish. Come on. What are we doing? You dumb bot. Alright, well we have the inventory list set up and I think it looks pretty good. You want to report Riley? Go for it. Watch the chaos bots get like some amazing fish too. That would be really funny. Wait, is my fish bot even working right now? Did I actually load up the fish bot? Hold on. I might not have started it up. No, I didn't. Oops. Sorry about that. Let me get you free fish for all the people that missed it. Sorry for all the people that missed fish. We need a fish for Mia. And we need fish for the Aria. And then for Mad Chirpy as well. There we go. Sorry for the pings, guys. But you deserve your fish. You've worked very hard for your fish. I'll work on the info panel later. I think more importantly for today, I'd like to get the hotbar working, which will be drag and drop widgets. Here's the question though. We build the ingredient and potions from your inventory. No, here's what I'll do. I won't remove the ingredients, or I'm sorry, I won't remove the potions if you move them to the hotbar. But we'll have an icon on that potion in the inventory that shows that it is in the hotbar. I think that's what we'll do. That way I don't have to do anything weird. Got a tiger shark, Katzber? Oh my god. What a fish. I'll fish too while I go to the bathroom real quick. BRB. BRB. I caught a soda can. What is this? Okay. Miss me? I missed you, chat. I was thinking about you. Let's not get into what I think about when I go to the bathroom. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. Yeah, we'll do an overlay number on the potion icons for if the item is in your hotbar. That way we'll just store separate potion data for your hotbar. Should work. Good work. Well, I've never done specifically this before, so it should be interesting. But by end of day, I think we can have a new inventory. Or at least the start of it. We might have to finish up some things tomorrow. As long as nothing goes wrong with this hotbar. WBP inventory hotbar. We'll do an inventory. Canvas panel. We'll throw the inventory list in here. Size to content. Rossi, dude, what's up? Thank you for the raid with 10 people.
Crossy Life raided my stream with 10 viewers.
True. 10. True, so true. How you doing, man? Do the sexy black dudes still appear behind me when you use moan? Is that working again? I know for a short period of time that was not functional. They do? Okay, beautiful. Thank you, Lazy Fangs. Rossi Raid, what's up? Hey, Marty. Good to see you again? Yeah, it's good. It's great. Did it work? The raid? Yeah, the raid worked. I know it doesn't tell you if it works because it's really kind of an annoying feature. The one thing I don't like too is when you raid, it doesn't stop your stream. And I'm always scared of like, am I okay to stop my stream now that I've raided? You're the same way, yeah, it's the same thing. That's why end stream screens exist. Is that why? Alright, let's make this hotbar. Inventory hotbar. How do I want this to work? It needs to be drag and drop compatible, so I need to have slots for the potions to be dragged into. Shut down OBS faster than I usually do, so I was scared I messed something up. I wish it was a bit cleaner with raiding. That stuff you're gonna attend to. Take care, man. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for showing up. Not a big fan of the whole separate window popping up thing. Yeah, me neither. I think we'll just have 6 slots for our hotbar. I think any more than that, it's pushing it, and maybe even 5 is already enough. Let's start with 5. I can add more. I can add more. Raw mushroom is one of your favorite mushrooms? This I just pulled from a an icon pack I have. Let's do border, border. Wrap with a size box. Padding of 2 on this border. Make it black. Make this gray. Canvas box. Size to content. Override width and height. That doesn't be a bit too long. How might I do this? I had an old prototype where I did drag and drop. And I can't remember if I had drag and drop into specific slots or not. Was it this one? Block? Oh no, that's gonna open up the project. No, I don't want to open up the project. Uh-oh. I kind of forgot this wasn't a built project. Shit. It's gonna take like a year to open now. I'm a bitch. This is the right one though, where I had the drag and drop. Very, very old prototype. I guess we'll just let that open and we'll handle it when it comes. You drop dragons quite frequently? It's hard being a tank. Are you talking about mushrooms? Like getting high or something? I think I'd have to drag into a separate widget. Yeah, I think inventory hotbar sections, each of these actually has to be a separate. We need one container widget and then we need separate widgets for each of these. Which are container. Keep bringing it up, so I thought I'd add my 2 cents, dragging, dropping into slots. I have no idea what you mean, Marty. I'm just a dumb white boy today. Oh, wait, that's every day. That is every day for me. I forgot. WBP. Hotbar. Inventory hotbar slot. Chat, do you mind if I deposit my ingredients into your hotbar slot? Dinner first. I don't know if I want to have a separate thing or if we could reuse the... We might be able to reuse this. Nah, I'll make something fresh for it. Yeah, because we don't need the highlighted bullshit with this. We just need the icon. And that'll have just... It'll be too complex for what we actually need for this. Icon. I don't know what size of icon. Maybe 64 by 64 is enough. Let me use a potion. Oh, 256. No, 256 is way too big. This is 128. Okay, so 128 is the perfect size then. 128. 28. Wrap with a border. Does the border have any padding? It does not. And the border brush color is 6X. 6Fs. So there's two separate pieces to this. When you drag the item, we actually need to create a new widget and set this as like the placeholder dragging widget, right? So what appears when you're dragging it, and that's, it should look exactly like this. And then when you drop it into the slot, it's going to appear like this too. But these are technically like, think of there being like a top layer and a bottom layer. And the bottom layers are regular UI. The top layer is this dragged upper bit. And so when it detects a drag, it's going to push it to the top. And then you drop it back down into another widget. That's the best way I can describe how it kind of works. But I've only ever done it a handful of times, not in a very long time, so we're probably gonna mess this up. But it's success. I'm gonna wrap that with a size box, and we're gonna override the width and height to 128. That way the icon can be null. Null and collapsed. The border is going to be a horizontal box with 5 of these hotbar items in it. One, two, 3, 4, 5. Box horizon. Ten-year-old anime. You like 10-year-olds in anime, Marty Rob? How big does this have to be? Gotta be at least, because they're 128, so it has to be at least... Yeah, 750 might work. Children are evil no matter where... You. What I want. This is way too big of a inventory list. Needs to be smaller. When this eventually loads, we can see what I did here. God, I hope it's not putting everything into my C drive for... No, okay, it's not. I cleaned that up recently. Yeah, we'll anchor it here. We have 300, 200. Work. I don't think these will appear white in game, mainly because they're collapsed. Oops. Oops. That shouldn't be like that. Oh, I know what the issue is. Hold on. Ah, no. I live near one of those fucked up primary schools where the kids from the first 5 years of education would routinely ambush, gang up on, and torment the kids in years 6 to 7. Any years above that and kids are going to a different school, 7-year-old Timmy flying across the yard to try and rip out the jugular of Jacob twice his size is something to behold. Oof. Yeah, because the thing is, we're getting inventory list here. I need to update this to be just the inventory. Well, now it's not working. Probably because of that. Unless I'm still building the old inventory. Might be. No, it's inventory. What did I set up wrong here? Should work. Visibility collapse. We set visibility to visible. Why you be bitch? Stop it. Oh. I hooked that up wrong when I reconnected it. Oopsies. Gotta do that. There we go. Yeah, so it is invisible. And I think I also forgot to remove the context, which I had mentioned that I was going to do. Enhanced input local player subsystem. Remove mapping context. I think we want to remove 4. So this will remove the ability for the player to move and shoot and all those things. If I am calling the right context here, which I might not be. Input mappings, IMC core. Yeah, no escape, commission, proto-level barriers, open inventory, swim, up, or jump. I think we would also want to move the ability for the player to look around, right? That's weird. Access none while trying to read that? Maybe I need to call the... Set the mode to only UI? No, because... I'm trying to do it a little bit differently. I mean, I could, yes, I mean, that is one way, but I wanted to be able to close the inventory by pressing I again. And right now, I may or may not. Let's not talk about it, but I may or may not have the inventory opening and closing from the first person blueprint. Let's pretend that's unrelated. Don't think about it. I have excuses and I'm not afraid to use them. You know, I could sell a t-shirt to every middle-aged man and woman in the US with I have excuses and I'm not afraid to use them. I could make bank off of a shirt that said that. It probably already exists, to be honest. Why am I doing it like this? Why am I doing it so backwards? Why don't I just do it the right way? This is the BP of the player that we're checking the key press in. Chicken Kiev and vegetables? No, yummy yummy. See you all layer artichoke. Shut. Shut the up fuck. No, that should be fine. I just need to remove the default context. Why I have two separate... Oh, I have two separate default input mapping contexts. Wonderful. I'm so happy about that. Look at me, just so happy. There's so many ways, and the problem is every time I choose a different way, I make another mistake. Like, you know what, we're gonna do something a little bit different this time. And then it's just messed up. I should set it to UI and then just check for the mapping that I want. That should be the way that I'm doing it. That's weird. The input's still on the game, but blueprints do have layers, actually. It's called collapse to node. Or collapse node, sorry. You can do like this. There. Now I have a layer. But like actual ones you can connect up and down to. That would just create more spaghetti. That would just create 3D spaghetti instead of 2D spaghetti. Because one of these stupid contexts is the one where I actually have open inventory. Yeah, it's here. So when I remove the ability for the player to open inventory. Why do I do this to myself? Why didn't I just use a normal solution? This is what, by the way, this is what I meant at the start of the stream. That by making potion combo, we'll probably have to refactor a significant part of our core systems. This is one of them. This is indeed one of them. Why do I have jump on core and not on default? Same with swim up. Why are these here? I'm gonna move them. That'll fix that problem in one fell swoop. Those should have been on there in the first place. Keep it simple. I mean, keep it simple would be great if we weren't doing a prototype. You know how you shouldn't build a house with shit? Well, this is me taking a pile of shit and building more shit on top of it, and I just keep doing that. And it's fast, you know, because I can eat and I can poop. Okay, those are two things that I know how to do. Functional human being right here. And because of that, I am also a monkey. Because I'm a monkey and I know how to eat and I know how to poop, I can take the poop and I can stack it on top of each other. And that is how you make prototypes. It's fast. It's fast and it's easy. Spacebar. Left control. I don't think these had any modifiers on them, but I'll check. They do. Scalar modifiers. Hold on. What was that chain of thought? Very clippable is what it is. Oh, look, this finally loaded. Oh, I can check how I did my drag and drop here. You were looking at the very, very first prototype of Cauldron Chronicles. The initial idea. Even for vertical slice of the prototype? No. First playable. Prototypes make first playable, then you go from first playable into production to make vertical slice. And this is not the project that we will use for vertical slice. We'll make a new project for vertical slice so that we don't copy any of this horrible foundation over. Jump. Spacebar. Potions are too strong for you. Alright, let me remove the... I think I can safely do this. Delete swamp and jump from there. Then we don't need to worry about core, we just worry about default. By potion combat, does that mean you can throw them? Yes. The potions you make are also your weapons. That's what that ball that I throw around represents. Was just kind of like a placeholder for potion throwing. Is this. Have you designed them? In what way? Mouse isn't getting fixed. There we go. The ideas for the combat potions. Well, the potions you make can be, they are this exact same. Like the exact same effects and method that you can use. You can either give that potion to an NPC, or you could use it in combat, or you could drink it yourself. It's all going to be the same system. That way there's no, like, I don't know, potion of create fire, right? It's just you make the potion, you put immolate as an effect on it, and when you throw it, it'll hit a surface and create a fire effect. Locking me to UI. The reason I have to have input mode game in UI is because otherwise it prevents... No, we fixed that with the alchemy table, though. We fixed that, I believe. Let me double check. There used to be an old bug, but I'm 100% sure we fixed that. Start alchemy. This should somewhere set input mode to... Maybe not. Maybe that should just be input mode game only. I remember there being an old bug that was related to it, but I think that might not be relevant anymore. Do you have an entire team working on this game? No, it's just me right now. It's mainly just me. But I have a couple of other incredible people that are helping me with various aspects. Hotspur, who might still be in chat, he is a programmer and really good with like gameplay and NPC AI design and stuff. And then I have a combat designer who's helping me with the potion combat. And we're kind of teaming up. So I'm doing some of like the back end work, and he's going to do some of like the GAS work. What are players going to be fighting? Monsters, creatures like this. You'll be able to kill cute little piggy with a flower on his head if you want. Or meat that you can use in potions. Or bones, or some other ingredients. Or you can be nice to Mr. Piggy. It's up to you. There we go, that's working now. And that should prevent us from interacting with the alchemy table, yeah. However, we can still pull up the escape menu, which is a bit of a problem. Do not want that. We can design around that. A little dirty, but we can do it. Oh, widgets. Inventory. Yeah, this is really stupid, but it'll be fine. Yeah, but I won't know which target to get. Unless I duplicate this. Dirty. Dirty blueprinting. Is visible, true. Actor. Shouldn't have to cast it, we should just be able to do close inventory. Dirty blueprinting, but it should work. So if you have the inventory open and you press escape, it should close the inventory first and then open up the escape menu. Yeah. Okay. Safe. It's functional. That's the important thing. Next up is our drag and drop. Now, if I can get this running, and I don't know if I can. I can. This was a super old example of the drag and drop, and I had specific slots for this. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let me look at what I did here for it. Cauldron. Cauldron slot. This was probably the one that accepted the on drop. Yeah, the drag and drop on drop. Oh my god, what the fuck did I do here? Hey, old me, if I ever invented time machine, I'm gonna go back in time and tell myself that it's okay to put some space between your blueprints. Jesus Christ. Having 60 grams of sugar for breakfast? What do you have in Lucky Charms? Great widget drag? On drop detected? Oh no, that's on the drag detected, okay. And then I think that's gonna call a separate drag function, right? Yeah, here's the widget drag, and that has the widget reference, drag offset, and slot index. All right. We'll figure it out. It's gonna be similar, but I'm gonna make it a little bit cleaner than whatever I did here. But functionally, this is kind of the same. If you can imagine that, um, here's our potion inventory, and here's our hotbar, it should work like this. And I might even allow it so that if you're hovering over one of these and you press 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5, it will send that to the associated slot. Brew potion. 2 days left. Look at that. Brewing potion. Have you thought about potion throwing systems? Like, what do you mean? Kind of boring to just throw with your hand? What, like launching the potion? Like with a crossbow or something, or a slingshot? Maybe? I mean, that's always something we can determine later on. The most important thing is that you have potion, it leaves you, and then does an effect somewhere. So that's always something that can be how that process from A to B happens. We can always change in the future. Depends on how the combat will be. Yeah, it'll depend on the combat for sure. I mean, a slingshot could be cool. That's kind of fun, like little potion bombs that you make and you fire them. I could see that being pretty awesome. All right, I do not remember how to do this. I know we have to make a drag and drop operation. Inventory drag drop. Because that's like where the data gets stored for the drag and drop operation. How much of a gameplay will be potion combat? How much will be combat? Yeah, that's like a subsection of the gameplay percentage for open world, right? So if our open world takes about, I think our open world we wanted to be about 40% of gameplay. How much of the open world gameplay is then combat? I don't know, maybe 10 to 20%. 20% is pretty high. Yeah, so there's open world exploration, and then there's handling the NPCs. And they're each about the same. They're about 40% each. And then making potions is the separate 20%. But these are just like goals that I think will feel good, but we can always modify them. So if we make potion making too complex, for instance, then that will start to increase the amount of percentage that will take. If we have NPCs arriving at your hut too frequently, that increases then the NPC percentage, right? And I always personally like to think in gameplay percentages. Like, what does the player want to do? If a player is playing Hades, and we are in the, what are the gameplay percentages of Hades? I would say maybe 10% in the hub, 90% doing a run. And then in the run, how much of that is spent in combat, and how much of it is spent choosing boons, collecting money, or doing the fishing, right? And that way you can determine, okay, so here's the actual percentage of time the player is spending doing a run in Hades versus fishing or collecting money, buying something from a vendor, choosing the next boon they want. The whole separate conversation about gameplay percent. We should have a conversation about gameplay. I should make a Tim Kaine style video about gameplay percentages. We're game designers. This is a hotbar. We don't want to do a drop detected on hotbar. We want to do it on the slot. On drop. And we'll want to do on drag detected as well. I think we also need a separate widget to... Yeah, we need to create the drag drop widget, which is just the icon. And I don't know if we store the data in there. We do store the data. Widget ref, drag offset, ingredient reference, and an icon. Okay. Okay. And then we run get icon on construct. Inventory item. We need an override on drag detected. Now the good thing is this is not going to delete the item in the potion inventory. It's just going to, if you successfully drop it, we're going to do a callback to the original reference and give it a little number in a corner to show that that is now in that slot. I'm gonna have this open on my other screen. Inventory item. Yeah, we'll make a separate dragged icon. Probably the smarter way to do it. I thought we had that though. Inventory hotbar slot. No, we'll make a separate one. That'll be safer. WBP dragged ocean. All this needs is a canvas panel and an icon. $128, $128. Probably wrapped at the border. To be honest. Okay, on construct, we will do a function setup widget. And I think we'll pass the icon through directly. We don't need any other data from, like, we don't need to store potion data in here necessarily. Or do we? do we? Yes, we do. So when the player is hovering over their hotbar icons, we'll need to display which potion, that potion's data, right? So the player knows what they put in their hotbar, or if they want to remove it. We could always just store it as an index reference to the potion that you're in. No, we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that. Because imagine if you then trade a potion or you sell a potion. Hey, Kent. It's gonna, that index is not gonna change. We definitely should not save it as an index. We should save it as the potion data. We know exactly which one it is. But I don't know if we need to transfer that through the drag and drop. WPP drag drop. We have ingredient reference here, but we only use that to call and set up the icon. No, the widget drag is where the data is stored. And the slot on drop grabs the ingredient data from the widget reference, which we're going to do it a little bit differently, but that's how it's done. The data is stored in the balls. I think everything in a man is stored in the balls. For safekeeping. And that's why you have two of them, right? For redundancy. That's backup. Every man has a built-in RAID hard drive setup in the balls. Raid Shadow Legends in the balls. Why are there two testicles? Is it for like redundancy? What's the purpose of two testicles and not just one? Why do we have just one larger one? Why do we have a mega ball? Camera's darker? Is it? I still need to get a light that I can shine on me. I have to get it for right here. Maybe I'll buy that soon. I'll get a soft light to blast myself with. That's how I'll be streaming. Most of our organs are doubled. Men even get to have two brains. Yeah, you get to turn it on or off. I think men have two brains. You get to turn on the monkey brain when you're talking to other dudes, right? Because you can speak monkey to monkey speak works, right? That's just grunting like, ugh, oh. Or like head nodding, right? Like, that's the what's up nod. This is the come over here a second nod. This is the, like head nodding in terms of like, good job, or what's the word? It's recognition. Yeah, head nodding is the best language. Women wouldn't understand. Setup widget. Drag drop. Yeah, we don't need to pass a widget reference. We'll just pass an icon reference. Because we should have that. On drag detected on the inventory item, we have potion data. So on setup item, if it is a potion, take potion data, set potion data, equal to potion data. Knew it. I knew it. Knew that was the wrong one. Are you fantasizing about communicating with monkeys? Yes. I've had a lot of monkeys speak today. On-drag detected. I think I do the construct here, right? The fuck is this? Yeah, then we create the widget drag. Okay, yeah. Yep. I remember now. The drag offset is interesting though. Where do I do that? Why do I do that? Get screen space position of the mouse absolute to local. Set the drag offset. And then detect drag if pressed. Oh, okay. I have to do a mouse button down override as well. Absolute to local, get screen space position. Mode to variable, drag offset. Detect drag if pressed. And then on drag detected. Create widget. This will be the, what did I call this? Dragged potion. If I expose the icon, I can't do that though. I can't expose on spawn. It's not how those work, right? Yeah, I just gotta do the setup widget. But I can always pull in an input, a texture 2D here. Get set brush by texture. Although we only want to do the drag if the potion, if this is a potion. I can't do a validation check on this. We'll just do a B. We'll just do Boolean. B is potion. Bug it. That'll work. Set is potion true. Oh. Now we check is potion true. Otherwise, return. We'll do redundancy here. We'll throw this in mouse button down as well. Because why not? Alright, create dragged potion. We will do a setup widget on this. Set up, please. Held potion data, break. Icon. And then we need to do a create drag and drop operation. Inventory drag and drop. I think this is the default drag visual, right? Or widget object reference. The payload is self. For some reason. And this is the drag offset. I think that will allow me to drag it. Now we don't have anything that detects and handles the drop yet. But I think theoretically... Ingredients should not be draggable. Potions. Are also not currently draggable. Why? Or it's just not creating that widget. It's possible. I thought it needs to put the widget in somewhere. Create drag drop, create widget drag, payload, default drag visual. Is this actually setting up the icon? No, it's not. That might be it. Oopsies. No, but because we call setup widget from... We don't need that there because we call setup widget from the function here. Is it possible it's not creating... I'll print. Not detecting the drag. Huh. Check the, let's check the documentation. Did I miss some weird thing that has to be set? On mouse button down, on drag detected. Drag offset. Create the widget. We shouldn't need the on drop function in order for this to work. I wonder if the widget reference is necessary. We'll see. Widget ref. Not a widget blueprint, but probably just a widget then. It's not a blueprint. Yeah, that was stupid of me. Here we go. Drag potion widget, setup widget. I don't know. It looks right. But I don't see it anywhere. It might be consuming input, you know, because these are buttons, technically they might be consuming the input. And so it can't detect the drag. That's very possible. Can I tell it not to consume it? Shit. Okay, what if I disable the button? If it works, we'll know that that's the problem. Because I think if it's disabled, there's no button to consume it. Something is happening. Yeah. The button is consuming the input. And it is printing hello. Although where the widget is going after that, I don't know. Okay, then. We can override the... We can override the button then. With a separate function to essentially handle the same thing, because we can override on... Well, on mouse button down is exactly what that is. We could remove that functionality. The highlighting. It's not crucial. Yeah, let's do that. Well, we know the drag is getting triggered. We don't know where the icon is going once it starts dragging. It's kind of annoying. I don't know why. Where's my inventory item? Did I close it? No, here it is. We know what's hitting here. What does this do differently then? We have to put that into the drag and drop. Screen space, absolute to local. Looks correct. On drag detected, create widget. We do after a quick check. Set it as the default drag visual. Or do we keep payload? Kurwa. Oh wait, yeah, okay, oh, hold on. We don't put drag offset there, we want offset in a separate, I remember now. It's all flooding back. Vector 2D. Where is my vector 2D? I don't think you want to hook into the default offset. Yeah, see, there we go. Jesus Christ. Now, right now we do have it being dragged from the point that you grab it at. So if you grab it in the corner, it's going to be dragged from the corner. I might have it be based in the center, which will make it look a little weird because it will snap back to the center. I'll show you what I mean. If I grab it down here, it's going to snap back to the center, but it will make it more consistent so that no matter where you grab it, it will always set itself to the center. It just is going to look weird, especially if you drag it slowly. If you drag it fast, you're probably not going to notice it. Ingredients should not be draggable. Yeah. I thought that bug might be there if we did that. That's fine. I'm very good at breaking my own systems. It's like, well, what happens if we close the inventory while an item is being dragged? We can fix that. We'll worry about that when we're done with this, though. Yeah, once a push. That's actually how you do things in our game. You just drag them from the inventory into the world. It's like an immersive sim. Okay, on drop then in the inventory hotbar slot, we can grab the object reference for the drag drop. And then we could cast it and grab information from there. Which might be the right way to do it. Potion info, potion data. We know we need to store it in there. We will fix all the bugs when we're done here. I have a couple ideas of how there might be some more bugs that we'll have to clear up, so. One thing at a time. On drop is occupied. That's a good thing to have, is whether or not it's occupied. Now what this does is... Oh, I see how that's... Wait, really? I went to all that work for this? If it's occupied, it will... Oh no, it won't. I don't know what the fuck this does. I don't know what this is doing. I mean, clearly it works. Clearly there isn't a bug here, so whatever I did, it is working properly. Right now, just getting it into the slot would be good. We do have the original, hold on. So if I cast to... I could make an interface, but this is probably okay. Yeah, we have the widget reference and the drag offset. Only really going to need the widget reference. This is where I could pass the potion data through, though. Which is probably where I am going to do it. And I am nearly 100% sure that what I'm going to be doing here is there's going to be some duplication bug. I don't care. No, I do care. Ooh. The vector 2D. Potion. I mean, I could just grab it if I have the widget reference. Is it a direct reference or is it just a widget? So I could change it. Just a widget object. So I'd still have to cast or do something. Nah, it's fine. This is fine. This one. Operation, get the potion data. Set. Setup widget. Get break. Icon. Set brush from texture. Clear Monk. How are we doing today? We're doing well. a challenging task ahead of us, but you know, we're making progress step by step. I think that'll work if you drop a potion onto it. Maybe not. Maybe not. It is visible. Cauldron slot. I have a yogurt container I keep my butts in and was smoking last night. Threw some butts in and somehow it caught fire and burned a hole through the wood deck. My landlord caught it and put it out. What the hell? It's a bit dangerous. Remove from parent. Occupy lot. Yeah, it was just an accident. I mean, that's not gonna happen again, right? You learn once. Yeah, it's like maybe I'll put a little bit of water into the yogurt container this time. Is it because the... No, the slot sits above it. So it should receive drop events. Unless this cast is failing, which it might. Let me put a print on here. Usually keep water in it? Plastic burn caught the deck on fire, small hole. Well, yeah. That's still pretty wild. No, it is receiving the drop event. It's just not setting up the icon. Oh, it's because the icon is invisible, isn't it? So B is occupied. It's working, it's just the icon is invisible. This is C#. This is blueprints in Unreal Engine. Yeah. Okay, that's working. I could let the player drag this back into the inventory. But I think instead I'll just put a little button to remove it from here if you hover over it. As far game dev has gotten, back in the day you had to code everything yourself. It is true. I saw recently some video about OpenAI can now make games, and it was essentially, it was just like baby's first game maker game is what it was capable of making, which I thought to myself, okay, but if somebody is using this to make games, they are missing out on a lot of fundamental knowledge. It was 01, Lazy Fangs. And it was literally just everybody's first game maker game. That's what it was able to make. And I think that a lot of game devs would be shooting themselves in the foot if they were using O1 to make games. It's so stupid. Make games with all these engines and shit, but the best games will have their own engine coded. I think for them, yeah, I think that proprietary engines are still one of the best ways to go about making games, just because it is yours. You own it. You can do whatever the hell you want with it. But Unreal, Godot, Unity, they're all still pretty great. I mean, you have a lot of developers are. I don't know why CD Projekt Red is getting rid of Red Engine and going over to Unreal. Honestly, I think that was kind of a stupid move. I get the reasoning behind it, but I also think that they're going to find out Red Engine was a lot better for certain things, especially with like modding. And they have total control over that. That's a different topic though. Rest of the part is made it without errors on 0. Yeah, but the thing is, Lazy Fang, I mean, yes, but also the game idea was so simple that it probably trained on enough data to make that kind of game. Because like I said, that's like game maker first game is moving and collecting some shit or clicking on things. So I'd be curious to see how it handles a more complex game idea, personally. The thing to worry about is all he does use these ready-made engines, won't all the games feel the same? I don't know, it's a framework, right? I mean, think of how many games are made in Unity, and Unity games don't all feel the same. It's just they can if you don't take the steps necessary to make it feel different. Which a lot of like indie devs don't do. Okay, what was I doing? We have the drag. Inventory hotbar slot. I think if it's occupied, we will... Yeah, we'll do an override on mouse over and on mouse leave. On mouse enter. On mouse leave. It will never have the magic of Kingdom Come Deliverance GTA 4. You can make janky AI. It's pretty easy. It's still possible. Overlay button, upper right. And we'll put a text in here. Button 69, nice. A perfect number for a button. To make this a little bit smaller. That'll work. Okay, and the button is default collapsed. On mouse enter if occupied. Set this to visible. On mouse leave. On mouse leave, we could just set it to be collapsed regardless. Then on B remove released. No longer occupied. And collapse the icon. Which they should be collapsed by default as well. We'll still need like some way to show that there's a slot there. I guess what I could do is put a separate border here. Yeah, we'll collapse the icon, and then in the case of setting up the widget, we will set the icon to visible. Okay, that should work. The border, though, is being a bit weird. Oh, because I set this border to collapsed. No, that's correct. That border should always be visible. And fill. There we go. Yeah. Only problem is that button stays. That's an easy fix, though. One step at a time. Perfect. I could put little numbers on these slots too. Because I was thinking it'd be cool if you could just press 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 while hovering over these. That could be kind of nice. Hey GT Experience, how's it going? It's going well. Numbered sleuths. Yeah, we're making a hotbar. We're making a new inventory for our potions and ingredients. And hotbar in preparation for potion combat. Can't put potions or ingredients in your hotbar though. Why not? Why can't you put ingredients into your hot? Why can't you throw ingredients? What if I want to grind up mushrooms and throw the powder in people's faces? Why can't I do that? What type of grass do you use? I use the grass from... Dreamscape Meadows. No, Dreamscape Towers. Which, if you're an old Unreal fart like me, you probably have it for free in your library. Graphically? What do you mean? What methods? To like have the grass? It's just part of a landscape material. Methods. Define what you mean by that. Like you're explaining it to a 5-year-old. Yeah, I could put a little number here. Bottom. Do we want it to be visible above the icon, or we could always put it a little bit offset. No, we'll put it over the icon. It'll be fun. Two, three. These should all look fine. Slot index. Salute index. Get +1. Return in. Anyways, displaying glass generally, there are 3 methods: strand-based, card-based, 3D-based. There are several ways to improve grass density through vertex displacements, LODs, and performance improvements by culling grass that is not partially shown. Okay, the grass is a mesh. Okay, I'll explain this and maybe this answers it. The grass is a mesh. And it's using virtual textures. I don't know if the grass has LODs. I also can't remember if no, the grass is using nanite as well. And we do cull grass that is too far away. Maybe that answers enough. I don't know. I do know for sure though that we yeah, you can see the grass getting cold, so it is part of the foliage system or something. And then I think it uses the simple wind vertex displacement. I believe. So yeah, maybe that answers it. I'm not sure though. Look, here's what I did, GT Experience. I loaded up Dreamscape Towers, the asset pack, and I said, wow, this grass looks great. And I copied I inserted the landscape material into my landscape system, and then I started painting with it. That's what I did. And then I got rid of rid of some weird things on it because they do. Yeah, I still have it on the bushes. The bushes have pixel depth offset, which I think looks really ugly. And isn't working properly. And it's either not working properly in Unreal 5 or works differently. And these were the materials were never updated. And you get this weird effect on them. Person I intend to copy his grass from.
Hey, what's up YouTube? Today I'm going to talk about
This looks pretty nice.
stylized grass and how boys there's
Yeah, I
a
like
lot
that.
to say. This is a huge topic, right? There are millions using it. Obviously, on the viewport resolution and contact shadow length, going to spawn grass. Tricky to deal with anyway, both in terms of look and performance. Cool, now the very last thing I want to improve is the grass density up close. Well, why not use a third grass variety? This grass type instancing system...
Yeah, it looks really cool. I like this too. God. It's way too in-depth for me. I need somebody who actually knows materials to work with me. I like that though. And I like the little spattering of smaller flowers, which could actually work pretty well in our game. Like we have smaller flowers that are clearly not meant to be picked, like this, but then we have the larger ones poking through the grass. And I think that would look a lot nicer than what we currently have. I will bookmark that. I bet we could render our grass further. Although we get a lot of overdraw just because of the players. Wait, I want to see overdraw. Because, you know, the player's like right up against the grass at most times. Now, if you're like looking up from on top of the cliff or something, it's not as bad. But it's still more performant to have nanite grass than grass without nanite. For us. I turned off nanite and we were getting worse GPU calls than when I turned nanite on for this grass. Oddly enough. Even with the overdraw. It wasn't much, but it was still more helpful to have nanite on. What else? CPU spikes? I don't know if this would be causing too much CPU issue. Granted, my CPU is just trash. More rigorous profiling is necessary. All I can say is that whatever grass we have here is probably not the grass we'll have in the final game. Whatever our art director wants to do, we'll probably do. I'd be curious to see how that grass that you linked looks with DLSS turned on though. I need to expose this. Quite blurry? Yeah, maybe. I know our grass looks pretty decent with nanite turned on, which I was surprised about, considering its density. Although it is a lot chunkier, I guess you could say. Less flickering, that's true. It looks more cohesive. I don't know if that's a good word to use here, but I'm sure you know what I mean. I don't think uniform is the right word either. You're bound to use TAA, really? And underwater looks really blurry with DLSS. Something with the post-processing. God, let's turn on ultra performance. Ew. Ultra performance DLSS in the water looks really bad. Above water looks fine. Making fern grass will effectively force me to use TA to stop the flickering. Yeah. I thought Unreal had its own solution for fur now. Or am I wrong about that? Or are they planning to? I think it was with Chaos. It was like Chaos Hair or Chaos Fur or something. Does that ring any bells for you? Slot index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. They do, but it's not good for games. It's very performance unfriendly, so I intend to combine it with a shell-based approach. Didn't we talk about that before? That shell-based fur stuff? Like a long time ago. I know I was talking about... Yeah, okay, was it with you I was talking about? Okay. Yeah, it looked really nice. GT, why don't you work with me? When did you be the artist for Cauldron Chronicles? This is your interview. Okay, so what would you say your greatest strengths are? No, I'm just messing with you. Ooh, applications to companies. Yeah, that fucking sucks. It's stressful too. It's like if you don't apply to enough companies, you know that you're not being efficient, but if you apply to too many companies and they want you to do a test, then you're having to like spam tests into a small bit of period, and you don't want to tell them that it's going to take you longer because you have other tests that you already booked. Ugh. I had that happen a couple times where I got really lucky with a couple companies that were looking at me, but they both wanted me to do tests, and I had to fit 2 tests into a very small bit of time. Ghost job listings? You mean like the job listings for companies that they don't actually have that opening, they just kept it open on their website or something? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Beautiful. Yeah, I've seen that at a couple places, and it's very annoying. What do I need next to do here? We do need to call back to the potion list and update which of these have been put into a hotbar and at which index. I think we can do that with the drag and drop operation because we get a widget reference. I don't need this open. Don't need this open. Don't need this. Make some room. Often leave the job listing on until the end of someone's introduction period at a company, so the job is effectively already taken. I can see why they would do that, but I think it's pretty scummy to do that. I get it, but that's kind of bullshit. I don't apply to jobs that are older than a month usually. That's a pretty smart way to do it, Mia. Although sometimes it's hard to know, right? Because sometimes they don't put the number of days that it's been there. Junior job open for 7 months. I mean, how... I'd be a little worried about a company that has a junior job open for 7 months in the game industry. That doesn't speak... Either they left it open and somebody didn't tell them, which is kind of fucked up. Which would also make it really weird, because if it's a junior job, they probably get spammed with applications. Or they have such high turnover of juniors in that position that they effectively keep it open. Or their introductory period for the junior position is longer than 3 months, which is typical. The 3 months is typical, and that's also kind of a red flag. Does Guerrilla Games do that? Guerrilla Games. $15 jobs. I'm surprised. I don't know how to feel about this. Yeah, regular UI UX designer for 7 months, and that's not filled? Nah. I doubt that. Same with the lead character animator, maybe I could see that being unfilled for a little while. Senior character combat designer though. Yeah, I don't know. For Guerrilla Games, they can't fill a regular UI UX designer. Still trying to find a place that puts up job listings, to be honest. The only place I go to is LinkedIn. In my opinion, the best way to get a job, which is also the hardest way, is to get referred by somebody. Some of the best jobs in the industry, you get by referral. Which is why I often say for juniors in the industry, network. Oh, they had a new listing in Guerrilla? Senior Site Reliability Engineer. Is that what you would like to do? Are you reliable? PT experience? No chance. I can be your unreliability engineer. What was I doing? Inventory hotbar, inventory list. Inventory item. We do sell a self widget reference into the drag drop. So once the drop is detected and successful, which is going to be on here, we can do a callback to the widget reference. And we can tell it which slot it has been put into. You know what a scene proxy is? I have no idea what a scene proxy is. What is that? That was a test. I made it up. You passed. It was an ego test. That would be fucking funny if it was. We have an overlay, so let's do text. Bottom left padding of 5. Responsible for sending a static mesh to the GPU to be rendered. Runs on the render thread instead of the game thread. Ooh. Doing some advanced profiling and performance tweaks, it sounds like. See, profiling when it comes to customers entering your store, not the greatest. Profiling in games, that's where it's at. So somebody could definitely get me out of context by clipping me saying, I love profiling. I think profiling is one of the best things that you can do. I support profiling. To modify my mesh at render time, I need to modify within the scene proxy. You are confirmed over my head. The plot index. Is variable. New function. Update slotted information. B is slotted. And integer for index. Set visibility, select is slotted. Just shell shader takes so many things already. Mesh component, primitive scene proxy, vertex buffer, index buffer, shell data, vertex factory, and USH shaders. Oh my god. It sounds complex but really cool. I wish that I had enough, I guess, bandwidth and ability in my life to be good at everything when it comes to Unreal Engine. And I guess like game dev in general. I wish I was good enough to do all of it myself, but I can't deny that there are also some aspects of game dev that I just don't have much of an interest in. Like, I'm not good at it, I don't like it, I find it boring or tedious. I really hope one day I become an Unreal senior programmer on the engine side. Do you want to become a programmer or like specifically engine programmer, or would you also maybe do like tech art? So like building bridges between, I don't know, Houdini and Unreal, right? Although there is kind of already a bridge between that, but you know, like custom bridges between different software. That'll work. Update slotted info. And that needs to happen when we successfully slot here. We need to get the widget ref, update. Oh, we need to cast it first. Cast to inventory item. An information geometry scripting could help you make that. Make what? Is that gonna work? I think by default the text isn't currently collapsed, but it needs to be. Okay, so now when we slot something into the hotbar, it should send back information that that is slotted there. Yeah, that is definitely slot in slot 2. That's so true. We will also need to make sure that we cannot slot the same one into multiple. That's an easy test. Why are we saving the slotted index as +1? We should be saving that as the... Slot index 0. Update slotted information. Oh, I know why. Yeah, I know why. I know why. No, because slot index is 0. Update slotted info. Oh yeah, we're doing the addition here. We're okay. Hey, True Nightmare Gaming. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hotbar slot on drop. I guess we could do a check if that potion is already slotted. Watching you on PC and sent messages, but they don't seem to appear on stream. Texting on mobile app. Send messages, but they don't appear in stream. Are you logged in on your mobile app? Is that this is your first message that I see from you. So they're not showing up on my end either. Unreal Engine development isn't easy, but learning is half the battle. Learning is a lot of the battle with Unreal. I don't know, I've been using Unreal for like over 10 years now, and it's just memory, a lot of, especially with blueprints. Once you know what the blueprints are called, it's not too bad. Are you using many interfaces? Somewhere. Some places, but we're doing a prototype, so I'm not trying to be too efficient. Getting things made is more important for me. Been using it professionally for about 5 years now. Nice. You face a lot of bug with Unreal. Some places, sometimes, yeah. It's a pretty stable engine, but as you start to add more and more to it, especially like different plugins can have their own bugs. Cast inventory drag drop setup widget. Probably before we do any of this, we need to double check if the potion being dragged in already exists. Like the Minecraft music? Yeah, I like listening to just some calm music while I'm working. And the good thing is, like, certain soundtracks, like Minecraft, Terraria, Elder Scrolls, who else? Starbound. I know for sure those ones will not copyright claim. They will not copyright strike your YouTube videos, but they will make claims. Yeah, Stardew Valley is one. I think Stardew Valley won't make copyright claims. Starbound won't make claims either. Elder Scrolls 100% will make claims if you're monetizing. I tried Core Keeper today as well. We're going to see if Core Keeper, if they do copyright claims. But I don't monetize my videos, so I don't really care about claims. Strikes, I do care. Claims, I don't really give a shit. I know all of Heartbound bonus, Thor said he won't. Yeah, that's really cool. When we have an official soundtrack for Cauldron Chronicles, we won't be doing any claims either. Unless you're just uploading the music on its own. Like, I don't, you know, if you do that, I'm going to claim it, but if you're just talking over it or playing it in the background while doing something else, I don't give a shit. Kind of listen to Elden Ring boss fight music. First time I've seen it, I don't know what your game is. It is a open world alchemy game where the potions you make can change the fate of the NPCs that you give potions to. Go around, collect ingredients, explore dungeons, fight enemies, come back, make potions, talk to NPCs, and you can either help them or you can tell them to fuck off, you can harm them. Bit of an immersive simulator. Using any of narrative, yes. Oh yeah. Oh yes. We're using very customized narrative for a lot of things. I haven't seen Pro yet. I have to check that out. I don't know if we need it though. But we've done a lot of customizations and custom conditions and events, a lot of them, to create a more, I guess you could say, like CRPG style of dialogue. I don't want it to be as cinematic as I want it to be fluid and responsive. So we do this kind of thing where there's instant reaction to the things you say. It's every tool he's created in one. Yeah, I saw that. You know, I was taking a look at Because, you know, I'm making an inventory right now with a hotbar. And I was like, well, I could buy narrative inventory, but I don't know. I think I can make one myself. Always wanted to be a game designer for RPG games. Me too, to be honest. I've only worked on, I guess, maybe one game that could be considered an RPG, which was Darkest Dungeon. You're a professional programmer right now. Nice. I do love my programmers. Very smart people. On drop, do we want to make a function to check if the potion exists, or... I could see the player making a lot of the same type of potion. I think the cleanest way is also kind of a weird way to do it, where I'm going to loop through... No, hold on. We are an actual studio, but we are not funded. We have no money. So everything we do is for free right now, while we're trying to get funding. I could do seed funding, but I don't want to sell shares of my company. I don't want to be beholden and suckling the teat of some investor that doesn't care about games. We propagate back. Information of which slot the potion is in. Now, blocking the ability for the player to drag the same potion into another slot or to replace it from here to here is relatively easy because we know this is in slot 1, we know this is in slot 1. The player is dragging this to slot 2, we can say, well, it's already in slot 1. Remove it from slot 1, replace slot 2. They don't do that. A company I worked for did that. Bad idea. I agree. Past slot value remove, add a new slot. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I'm making this more complex in my mind than it actually is. I need to rubber duck this. There also exists the issue of... Well, no, because we just hide it, so whatever is still there is fine. Except this, but we can fix that. The issue does become if you switch tabs and we regenerate this list, and we're going to have to regenerate it each time. I guess we could loop through each of these, find the first matching potion, and assign it that value. So I think I am just making it more complex than it needed to be. Will you ever be opening applications for other developers, artists to be joining you on this game? When we have money, 100%. Although I will probably reach out to people that I know first to ask if they're interested, just because it saves me a lot of time. You know, people that I trust or have worked with. Because we don't have any money right now, if somebody wants to assist in any capacity, I'm totally open for that. It's just, you know, that's the caveat. It's right. It's like you'll get a spot in the credits, and at some point in the future, if I can back pay people for the assistance they provide, I'd love to do that too. But if you want to join now, you're assuming that everything you do is unpaid. which sucks, but that's the way it has to be. Is the slot not part of the item class itself, or is the slot number not part of the item class itself? It is. How does someone contact you to put forward interest? Either on like Discord, or I think I have my work email down below stream. I don't know. Probably not, but on Discord probably is the better way. But you can also DM me on Twitch and I can send you my email if you prefer email. Yeah, because we have the... Okay, so mainly what we need to do is make sure that this number propagates. Because if we have the number on the right slot, we're okay. We can handle any sort of issues from there. Okay. Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem. Hi, join the Discord. Thank you so much for that. It's not terribly active, but we do post updates, and all of our builds that we put public are available there. So we release builds pretty infrequently based on like bigger new features that we add or changes that we make, and you can download that and play it for free. No NDAs, because NDAs suck. Nobody likes NDAs. Okay, dragging the widget reference. We do have the base widget reference on drop. Then inventory item is highlighted, is selected. Yeah, we do not store information of whether or not it is slotted. A good time I might look at the builds and give them feedback. I would love that. That would be very, very kind of you. I appreciate that deeply. I know of like 5 different ways I could do this, but I don't know which way is the better one to do. We could just store index. Background is a multiplayer VR game developer in Unreal, Blueprints, C++, so if any of my suggestions seem out of context, that might be why. I do appreciate that disclaimer. I also have to do that clarification with like testing. Like, okay, your build, this is the state of your build. You just implemented this feature. You probably want feedback on just this feature, so I will not mention anything else. It's also prototype, so user, experience is not super important unless it is a highly detracting pain point. Visuals don't matter, things like that, so. Because, if you get like random players to play your prototype, there's so many like, okay, well, it's a prototype, so I know the visuals suck, I know that this isn't working, blah, 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 blah. And that's where it can often be nicer to have another game dev test your game, because they will know that this is not an important feature for this build, so they will overlook it. Slotted index. We'll pass that slotted index through. No, we will do this. Personally, art and animation issues are more but notes rather than anything important. Yeah. Unless it's like a core pillar of your prototype. Slotted in. Yeah, we don't want to set potion data yet. We do this a bit out of sequence. Comment your code. Man, you would love to see some of my old... I tend to just rush to the next great thing and then come back and be like, oh yeah, maybe I should have commented this. Oopsies. Some stuff is small enough that I don't need to. It's every programmer's issue, yeah. Well, especially for prototype, because I don't have an excuse. Or I have an excuse not to. I don't have a reason to do it too much. But you know, if I have like some... If I start to cascade a whole bunch, like I do with some of my... I don't know. It's a good example. Maybe our potion scoring. You know, I have to comment this because there's just too many parts to this. Some of the smaller stuff is not too bad. The first thing we need to check is if the new potion exists somewhere else, which means we need to grab the inventory item. And check, is it slotted? If true, are you using GAS and gameplay tags? Yes, but not in majorly yet. We will be using a lot more GAS and tags with the rest of our potion combat because we've just started on potion combat and that requires me to refactor our inventory, which is what I'm starting out with. Index. Hotbar ref. on drop, get the hotbar ref, and I call it the... Actually, I don't think I made it into a... Yeah, hotbar list, make that into a variable. Get child at index. We'll need to cast that. Casting isn't bad if the object is already loaded. And if we know that the hotbar is always going to be loaded when the hotbar items are there, we don't really need to interface it, although it does save a little bit of nodes. Too much undue problems with cast, or too many like people like to sling words at casting, but casting is okay if you know that that thing is always going to be loaded. You just don't want to have too many connections between things that aren't going to be loaded. Should have let me call it? Yeah, I should. Yeah. Which is why this whole project, when it's time to work on our vertical slice, is shelved, and we make a new project. And this is a reference along with our GDD for creating the vertical slice properly with the proper code architecture. It's like, yeah, sure, ideally you make your prototype with proper code architecture so that you can build upon it with your vertical slice, but that's also wasting so much unnecessary time. Wish you luck in vertical slice. Well, the good thing is I won't be programming the vertical slice. I will be doing what I do best, which is doing design stuff. And not messing with code architecture and making the coders angry. Do we have a function for clearing it? Event. Clear slot. This will work for this, but it won't work for if we press the X button. We'll have to do a slightly different method for that, which is going through all the potions in our inventory and removing the one with the same slot index, which should be fine. What, I'm going to be looping through like 20 things? Who cares? This only works on drop because we have the widget reference in the first place. Oh well, that's fine. That's fine. We know bugs will exist. So the first day of making new inventory. What am I doing? Clear slot. I store a local variable. I'm trying to think here because we don't we don't destroy the inventory when it's not being shown, we just collapse it. So technically speaking, we could store a reference to that widget. But I think it'd be cleaner just to remake. Every time we go visible, we just remake the inventory. Because the thing is, you can also give these potions to NPCs, right? And that could get we could get into some muddy waters if, when we give potions to NPCs, we then need to check through the inventory, or if it was in a hotbar, and remove it from the hotbar. And again, that is what we should do. Or a reference. That's a good idea. We might have to refactor this again. Check for the hotbar during an items removal code. It could determine then if it needs to update the hotbar. It's true. That is true. We pretty much do store that. We store potion data. We could make just a generic update inventory and hotbar functions. That can check for validity. Otherwise, you could duplicate potions. Because in order to prevent duplicating potions, I basically just store the potion data in the hotbar slot, right? It isn't like removing it from your inventory. It isn't affecting inventory at all. It'll only affect inventory if you throw that potion or you give that potion away, which is fine. Then we just need to make sure that whenever we give the potion away or we throw the potion, that we also update the hotbar. You need to worry about networking? Nah. No networking for this game. Hotbar be ref to the inventory? I was thinking about originally just having it be just a reference to the index for which potion you have in there, right? Because then it's just, I can just store an integer. That's easy. The problem becomes what happens when you use one of those potions. Then I have to update the indices, and I didn't want to do that. But I'm not too happy with the way that this is probably going to end up going with the method that I'm using, which is doing a couple of dirty loops through like the inventory and shit. I have some dispatchers. I think what I need to do is store the hotbar items in the game instance. We need to know which potions we actually have in the hotbar. That'll help clean up a little bit of code, because then I can throw it in our function library. No, it's not the. No, you're helping. It's just like, you know, you kind of like go down a road that you know was not probably the right way to go down, and now you have to choose. Well, why continue going down that road? Making an array, I probably should just make a separate structure for the hotbar, because then I can do more things with the hotbar later. Yeah, I should do it that way. Time for new structure. ST hotbar. It's gonna be simple enough right now that I could have just made it an array, but this will give me more flexibility. Could have made a map too. They're both equally annoying to update at times. How is your inventory set up in this? It is a custom structure of ingredients and potions. This will at least ensure that I only have these 5 slots, and an array, you know, I still run the risk of an array of adding or removing an index on accident, and then that fucks everything up. With a map, I could get rid of that, but then with a map, I'd have to pull the values separately and feed that back in by reference. And so doing this as a structure is just a little bit safer, because then I can just update by ref the individual slots as needed. And I can do that via structure, right? Or by a select node based on the index that we pass through to it. So they're all kind of annoying, but this one seems to be the least annoying and most stable. Hey, thank you for the follow. Good luck on the fish. I got a tire last time I tried to fish. Bunch of junk. I don't need this open. Black spotted grunt. Hey, at least you got a fish. Yeah, we got that off of Steam. At some point in the future, it'd be fun to make my own one, based on our game. Like maybe you go foraging for ingredients, and you can build potions in a little sidebar. Kind of fun. Okay, in this case then, what I will do is make new functions for adding and removing hotbar slots, or updating. We're gonna D&D player health indicator for my streams in my spare time. Well, that's cool. I like those overlay. When they're well made, those overlays are really cool. Like Baldur's Gate 3 had a cool one. Borderlands 3, for as much of a mediocre game as it was, had a cool bit of Twitch integration. Old School RuneScape has a good one. Update. Hotbar. Slot and potion. Break. If it's empty though, I can't pass. The only problem with this structure is passing a blank version to it. I could add an additional boolean for each slot if it's filled, which will look messy. Null. I don't think you can do null with that though. You can't do null checks for structures, which is, at least in blueprints you can't, which is kind of annoying. I mean, I could do a null check on ingredients and effects, but technically speaking, you could have a... No, I could do... I don't think you can do equal either. Yeah. It's really, really annoying, but you can't. You can't make a potion unless you have effects. So if... or ingredients. So if ingredients is... nothing, we're okay. Is valid? Can't do validity checks either. Really stupid, isn't it? Like, how do I pass in no information? But we can kind of sneak around it by just checking ingredients. We can actually do a quick check here. Valid index, promote to local, B, passing null potion. That way we know for passing a null potion if it doesn't have any effects, which is the default. So we can set by reference, select, where's my select node? Based on slot. Ooh. Hiccups. A value of select. Passing null potion. If true... Well, if false, first I'll just pass the regular potion. Why is that not updating? There we go. That was weird. Otherwise, I will make a potion and just not give it any ingredients. And then when we're dealing with the hotbar logic, we just won't display anything if the potion doesn't have effects or ingredients. It's stupid, but it kind of works. Get hotbar. Do we want to get the whole hotbar, or do we want to get a certain slot? Maybe a slot. We could do both. Yeah, both is worth it. Yeah, I agree. Even if we never use it, better to have it. Input of slot index. Break. Okay, that'll work. And we'll put all these into our inventory category. I think a lot of Unreal will open up for new people to the engine once they get comfortable utilizing the game instance and function libraries. I don't know about anyone else, but my biggest struggle when I first started out was just figuring out communication between blueprints. But once you figure that out, it all opens up. Then and if Unreal makes so good Dandy Ducks, that's true. Documentation really needs some help. Okay, I need to, you know what, let's put this on hold. Or I can just delete this. What do we need to change now that we have those? We need to update when we save it. Update hotbar. We store potion data here. It drags potion data, but that's only if we're gonna have to do this twice. But only if it's already slotted. If it's slotted, we want to clear the slot and update the hotbar at that index. With a bare bones potion. When setting up the widget, we also want to add in a check. If ingredients is valid, true, that is a valid potion. Otherwise, oh man, tomorrow I'm gonna have to fix a lot of these bugs. Potions require ingredient information within your game files. The only way to make a potion is to have at least 2 ingredients in there, and we already have we have quite a few safeguards in place for that. So there is no way that the player will be able to force this in some way. The only thing we have to make sure is that the test potions that we can add, we can cheat ourselves in, have at least 1 ingredient. And those are just used for testing things that require potions. I don't know where I put that though. I shoved that in the first person blueprint. Yeah, we give it some fake. We just give it some ingredients. Like, the only way to make potions is to have 2 ingredients in the cauldron. Then you can brew that potion. So it may not have effects, but it will 100% have ingredients. It's not the perfect way to handle it, just because you know, if you leave that door open just a little bit, something down the line is gonna come through it and cause a bug. But we can always refactor the inventory if we need it. Okay, so that'll clear the old slot and remove that from the hotbar. What we then need to do is add in the new slot. It's prototyping that isn't an issue in my eyes. If this was a slice, then that's when I would be worried. I agree. I agree. Especially, you know, if there's like a duplication bug or something in the prototype, I don't know. Who cares? They're crash bugs, that's an issue. Duplication bugs, I don't really care. Some cosmetic like flickering or animation glitch, I don't really care right now. Theoretically, this should work fine. What we'll do, we have the widget ref. Yeah, here's where the slight problem. If we store, well, storing local variables should be fine here. I just want to make sure that when we have to rebuild that inventory from the hotbar, that we do it properly. But it shouldn't matter in this function. This is only on drop. We know the inventory is open. We know that nothing else is happening to the player's potions at this time. We can do some custom stuff here. Should be okay. This function will have nothing to do with the functions that we make for the other parts. You believe this entire time I've been trying to get my Unreal project to open? Man, I would not be surprised. Sometimes Unreal. He's a bitch. Updated slotted information. Open compiling and recompiling. Yeah. That calls back to the inventory item. With the new slot. Operation Truce, we do that at the end. Update hotbar. Potion data. Where do we set potion data though? We don't. Where do we get potion data? We can get that from the drag drop. Make that look pretty in a sec. Okay, both the false here and this will lead to the next section where we actually update the proper slot. Although I think it's going to require more than this, right? I know on the hotbar when we initially set up this widget. Well, should be fine. Or just double checking this. Switch tab. And we do a setup item on this. Or each setup item. And I think here is where we will check if it is already within the hotbar. And I think I'll make that a separate function in the function library. Check if ocean is in hotbar. Oops, not an output. Ocean data. Or loop, not a for each. Last index 4. We can do a do once node in a function. Yeah. If this is, yeah, that's right, we can't do equal. We need to do, so fucking annoying. We just need to check if each one of these individual pieces is equal to the incoming potion. God, that's so stupid. I mean, what could for sure not be different? I mean, if the ingredients and the effects in the name are the same, flavor is definitely the same if the ingredients are the same. The effects are the same if the ingredients are the same. So really all we have to check is I can't do equal. This is so stupid how I have to handle this. Fuck me. Okay, if the name is equal, that's step 1 done. Really, Potionomics and Steam? I am. I am familiar with that, Snow Day. How are you, by the way? We have that in our pitch deck as one of our competitors. Although it only holds a little resemblance. Potionomics, I think, is more like a shopkeeping game. Just trying to find out if the potions are the same. Yes. Although thankfully that isn't going to be too terribly difficult for us. We should do a break here. We need an output for B is in hotbar. You cannot do an equal, if you can believe it. Which is annoying. Yeah. No, it's... I don't blame you for checking again just because it's like, come on. Really? I can't do that? What type is the potion dead? It's a custom structure. No, we don't need to do once. Turn. It's equal. We need to force it out at the index that it correctly finds. Nah, I think we're going down the wrong pathway here. Something in me is sending up warning signals. It is overly complex, yeah. I think it's one of those, I need to not go any further for the day and then just come back tomorrow with a fresh mind. Yeah, I think that's what we're looking at for today. Unless I just need to identify where I'm going wrong here. Maybe it would have been better just to store indices in the hotbar of which array index. Yeah, I mean, if it, yeah, and I stream without breaks too, so it's kind of annoying. Sometimes you just kind of get too deep. What was the reason I didn't want to store indices is because we might remove the potion at that index, but that's still fine. I mean, that's much easier. Structure should probably be an array. It probably should be, yeah. The reason I didn't want to store as an index is if we wanted to remove it, but why could I not work around that? Or was I just afraid that storing things as indices can easily lead to something just becoming one index off? What do you think about saving? Well, we don't. I don't plan to do any saving and loading in prototype. I could do it, but it's really not important to do it. The prototype is meant to be played once, right? You load it up, you play it, you experience it, and then you put it away. I don't know what I was thinking. I think I was just thinking that it would be too easy for an index to get misplaced, and then it throws all of the hotbar off. And so storing the raw potion data on that hotbar is much safer. But then the issue arises where, okay, we're storing the raw potion data. How do we know which potion to match that up to in the inventory when we need to match it up? And that's proving to be kind of an ass. Try what you're planning? Yeah, I think maybe we should. Pure F is nice. It's less a diagram and just wondering how I want to store this data. I don't want to store a widget reference because we need to be able to remake the entire we need to remake the entire potion inventory. And then if the character should die for any reason, well, I mean, that wouldn't be a problem. Ignore that. In which case, storing the array index is the safer option. I need to remake the inventory because our old version of it doesn't have hotbars and it doesn't support holding ingredients. So it's very similar, right? Just like pulling all the information from our inventory and displaying it in widgets. That's fine. Having the hotbar, which we need for potion combat, is where I guess I'm being stumped. But I think my original idea of to store indices, array indices, is probably the smarter option. Because then when we need to remove a potion from index 8, we can just go through the hotbar and say, hey, is one of you storing index 8? Yes, okay, remove yourself. Is one of you not storing index 8? Then it isn't a problem. But if we do that way, and we remove that index, we then need to go through each 5 items in the hotbar, and we need to update its index based on which one was just removed. So we need to check if the removed index is higher than this greater than or equal to the stored index. If it is equal, we remove that from the hotbar. If it is greater, we need to adjust the indices stored in the hotbar item by -1. Hotbar is just a reference to the inventory, then the inventory should be fine. Control event. Well, it's not removing it from the hotbar. I should clarify. It's not the removal from the hotbar that's the problem. Like if you throw a potion, that's easier to me. It's what if you give a potion to an NPC that is in your hotbar. If we only store an index reference, then when we remove that item from the inventory, we need to go through the hotbar to see if it was calling one of the ones that was there. And a way around it is just not display potions that are in your hotbar. Although I think that that's kind of annoying, like a user experience. Like, okay, hold on, back out of this menu, go take it out of your hotbar, and then give it to the NPC. I suggested the hotbar index. Before you arrived, that was the original plan. And I didn't do that. I was like, I think I can do this in a bit of an easier way. This is the easier way. Which is definitely turning out to not be the easier way. It's the, oh shit, this is not the right way to do it way. Ah, that's fine, that's fine. There's no time limit. That's what we expect with this. Yeah, does the item have hotbar index? Yes, exactly. Oh well. We'll just refactor it tomorrow. What do I need to delete so I don't have to come in tomorrow and start deleting shit and waste my morning? Check if potion is in hotbar. The world, okay. She's pretty funny. Our potion throwing, our early first iteration, just to test the idea, which was this. If it hits the right thing with an interface, it'll destroy it, right? I just took that Boolean check out, so anything you threw the potion at got deleted. That's pretty fun. Oops, I hit the landscape. Bye-bye. It's actually kind of a fun game idea for platforming. Shoot the things to destroy the platforms. World Eater Potion endgame. I wonder what monstrosity I've created now with the inventory. Because it was working before, up to a point. I think now it just wouldn't function properly. Yeah, it isn't putting the item in there. It is updating the number fine, but yeah, it's fine. You know, we have the drag and drop, that's working. We have this inventory, it's working. It shows ingredients or potions, that's no problem. Tomorrow we just need to reconfigure the way that we store that data. That's easy to do. Although that isn't getting updated properly. Separate issue. And then we'll still need to work on the info panel. Although that should be easy. We'll see. Design something like this, you lost your memory and your past notes talk about saving the world, but there is a due to it. Well, that's kind of interesting, yeah. Although I don't need to play a game to have lost my memory, I just need to work on my game. You'll be fine. Yeah, I will be. It'll be fine. It was the first day of working on this, so inevitably there's going to be some hiccups, some road bumps. Slot index is occupied. Do we need to store that? Let's keep it there for the moment. Hotbar ref. Hotbar ref is okay to have on there. We'll probably need it again. Potion data. We won't be storing the potion data here anymore. Where is that in use? Here. All right, we'll just keep it there until we refactor tomorrow. Inventory item. This needs a small refactor. We'll keep the potion hotbar there until we remake it. Yeah, it's fine. It happens. You see tomorrow, may not? No worries. We're on every weekday. 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Central European Time. Check if potion is in hotbar. Back to that. Yeah, I'll come back. I'll refresh in my mind. And I think that storing the index is probably the best result. We just need to be very, very, very careful when we remove the index and how we calculate the removal of index. And if we can do that, we'll be fine. But, you know, it's not like we're constantly modifying the locations or places or instances where that potion is removed. And this is pretty much just one more function that we have to pull up. But I don't really see any issue with this. I just kind of wish we had done it from the start, because then we probably would have had more progress today. But you can't always predict that with programming, right? And the thing is, we still made progress today. We still have our drag and drop widget. Like, just because we had to backtrack on some of the progress we were making doesn't mean that we didn't make any progress. We still have our nice looking inventory, and tomorrow we can finish this up and get the potion panel made, the info panel. Progress is progress, that's true. And even if you have to delete a whole day's progress, at least you know one way not to make it anymore, right? Good thing is we don't have to delete the whole day's progress. This is what the previous one looked like. I can show you. Which we're still going to keep for bartering. Come on, Spoon, hurry up. Hurry your goblin ass up. You know, this is what it was before. And we're still using this for the bartering. And it works just fine. Let me go kick the beach ball around. That makes me feel better. Kick the beach ball around. Compiling shaders. Give it a sec. Alright, thank you Unreal for compiling shaders on my 10-year-old CPU. I really appreciate it. Oh yeah, see, I feel so much better now with this. That was all I needed, was the beach ball. Bonk. I even changed the pitch and volume of the sound if you're underwater. It's so immersive. Yeah, it'll do that for the weather effects too. I love showing this off. People in my chat know I love showing this off. You give up? No, I'm just about to finish the stream. Hey! Sometimes an editor bugs out and it shows the particles underwater, even though it shouldn't. You'll have the things you do too. I think showing off to other people helps a lot as well. Please add cute dogs. Maybe we could do dogs. I'll show you why this. It's something with ultra dynamic sky and weather. There's some occlusion volume down here that just needs to be like moved 2 places. Here it is. If I just do that and then put it back to where it was, it's fixed. Weird. Cauldron Chronicles medieval themed, yes. You tell me that there weren't beach balls in my fantasy medieval world? What, do you hate fun? See, it's better. So yeah, if you're underwater but near the surface, you'll hear the rain and thunder just barely. Go deeper. No more rain and thunder for you. Just the sounds of me drowning, that's exactly it. We'll force it to be night. Wait for lighting to update. It's pretty moody in this game at nighttime with the weather. And the hitches because of shaders compiling. Thank you. Appreciate it, Unreal. Here's my hole. Here's my hole. A random N64 cartridge at the bottom. I like the nighttime too with snow. Kind of pretty. Peaceful. There's a small little thing I did too, where if you have like the storm, for instance, it won't play any music while the storm's going on. It will allow a track to continue until it finishes, but it won't choose a new song to play until the storm is done. Because to me, I feel like the ambience of the storm is more enjoyable than listening to a soundtrack play over the weather ambient. For me, if I hear this, that's way more enjoyable than if there's some random soundtrack playing. For immersion, at least. Needs more Harry Potter references. We can put in Harry Potter references. I love Harry Potter. Look, even the lighting on our planet changes if it's daytime or nighttime. Because the sun's hitting it differently. Okay, so now you would look at this, right? And you would think, oh, I can exit this. This is the entrance to another kingdom. But it's not. It's the edge of my world. And I was like, how do I prevent the player from going in there? I need something that says you're not allowed to enter here. So what do? I go in Google, like any normal sane human being, and I type in no entry, looking for like some texture I can put over it, right? That when you get close to it, it'll say no entry. What do I find instead? I find an Indian rom-com called No Entry. And I knew what I had to do. And if you stand close to it with the music turned on, because I love it. Ew, what is this? What is this? Who put... What is this here? That's so gross. Look at this. I need more rocks to cover it. Game requirements just got updated. There are invisible walls. You can toggle them with B for purposes of our prototype. Yeah, it is what it is. I think it's pretty decent for a prototype, but you know, we still have a long way to go. A lot of features to add. Boulders also make decent walls. I use rocks to fix everything. Oh, there's some weird looking things sticking out of the ground. Put a rock on it. Is there a prototype build? Yes, the most recent prototype build has pretty much everything that we show here except for the new potion inventory, which doesn't mean anything yet. And that's available on our Discord in the which channel? In the Cauldron Chronicles forum, you have the underwater biome build. How do you accept feedback? You can either post it there, like on that specific forum, or you can DM it to me or whatever. The next big build we do will be on Steam. I finally got a Steam app ID, and we can do it that way. One thing at a time. Don't let them know. If I get a chance, I'll give feedback. I really appreciate that, yeah. You can tell me what ending with the NPC you got. I think most of the enjoyment with the NPCs will show its head if you try different things, because you have multiple endings with the NPC, with Spoon, our goblin. You can get him killed, you can tell him to fuck off, you can piss him off. You cannot learn enough about him, in which case you might not open up new encounters, so things like that. You can record and upload publicly if you want to. We have no NDA, I have no restrictions. Do what you want to do with it. The live feedback is kind of nice, I will say. Like being able to see your pain points or your confusion points. If it's easier for you to record it and show that to me instead of writing it down and then adding it in after the fact. So it's up to you. I will close that. I don't need that anymore. Close that. You're interested? Let's put it that way. That's good. That's good. I think that this is a game that is meant for people who like to meet interesting NPCs and talk with them. And then people who like those immersive sims of what happens if I do this. And you will find that, you know, what happens if the character asks me for a potion to drink and I put poison in it. The NPC is probably going to die. You're not going to know it because the NPC went off to do their adventure and then comes back and they're dead, right? They don't come back in this case because they're dead. But if you're like, okay, well, what if I do this effect that might help them? What if they ask me for a potion with, I don't know, resist poison, and I add cure poison to it? You know, do things like that. Like, go a bit out of your comfort zone and say, you are the specialist. Nobody knows alchemy here better than you do. And the people that come to you looking for potions are looking for your expertise. And if you go a bit above and beyond, if you say, hey, what if I do this on this potion? I think that's really where the game starts to reward you. I gotta get going though. I'm gonna go home. I'll be back on tomorrow for more of this. We will fix up our inventory and have our hotbar working. That's the goal for tomorrow. Something that would be interesting later is if the person knows they need, but not what they want. Yes. In fact, we can do that. So we can have a character that comes up and says, hey, I have this problem, but I don't really know what the hell I need for it. And you could even convince them right now of, hey, you don't want this potion, you want this potion. And we behind the scenes can update the commission requirements for that new potion. So now when it comes time to score the potion and determine if the NPC is going to be alive or what happened to them, we can base it off of that new commission data. Yeah, exactly. We have a lot of tools. We just only have one NPC because it takes me a long time to write NPCs. Like a long time. I'm very slow at writing. But we plan to have 3 NPCs in the prototype that kind of have some overlap with their story and different ways that you can solve them. And then just give that to players and see, okay, you played it once, now try playing it again. Try playing it differently. And I think it'll reward people who watch others play it too, right? Like, hey, I played through it myself. I got these endings for these NPCs. I'm going to watch the streamer play and see how they do. And maybe they mess up. Maybe they accidentally help somebody who they shouldn't have helped, or they play an evil kind of alchemist and they only help people do evil acts, commit assassinations and stuff. But yeah, either way, I'm going to get going, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out today. Thank you for all the wonderful follows and the raids today. You guys have been awesome. I'll be back on tomorrow for more of this. Same time, same stuff. Have a wonderful rest of your Monday. Stay warm, stay awesome, and take care, guys. Bye-bye. Love you so much. Bye.